Probably time to start the webinar, right?
Hello, I am Lisa Garr, and it's a wonderful joy to be with all of you at the Humanities Team Global Oneness Summit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today we are talking about turning your message into your mission. And this is one of the topics that I'm so passionate about. As a broadcaster, I have hosted and I created the Aware Show 20 years ago. I've interviewed over 4,000, probably 4,500 people at this point, experts and practitioners, experts in their field. And the show airs on local radio in Los Angeles and New York, on Free Speech TV, Gaia TV. I'm also a regular weekend host on Coast to Coast AM. And I love what I do because I get to hear people. Hello, I am Lisa Garr, and it's a wonderful joy to be with all of you at the Humanities Team Global Oneness Summit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today we are talking about turning your message into your mission. And this is one of the topics that I'm so passionate about. As a broadcaster, I have hosted and I created the Aware Show 20 years ago. I've interviewed over 4,000, probably 4,500 people at this point, experts and practitioners, experts in their field. And the show airs on local radio in Los Angeles and New York, on Free Speech TV, Gaia TV. I'm also a regular weekend host on Coast to Coast AM. And I love what I do because I get to hear people's stories all day long. I hear these incredible stories of people who have been through the most amazing journeys, and they have come to tell about it, what they've learned, to leave their legacy, to mostly help other people maybe not go through the same trials that they went through, or shed some light on their journey so that people can learn from their experiences and maybe pave a new way. Sharing stories has been a folklore for many, many, many centuries. It has been the way that religions have come to be and families have come to be, kings, queens. It is the most ancient, most beautiful wisdom art form is storytelling. And in its modern form, which for me is being a radio show host, I get to hear people's stories through their books, through their journeys, through what they do for a practitionership. And I've noticed one thing. Mostly, I've noticed many things, but the most important thing I've noticed is when somebody really, really, truly wakes up to their story, it synchronizes them with their purpose in an instant. It's almost like once you see that level of your story, you can never unsee it. It moves you and drives you every day towards your mission. And if your mission is helping others, if your mission is being a leader of a community, of any kind of leader, if your mission is just being an amazing person or a parent, then your story fuels that mission. And what I do as a story coach, which is what I am, as I'm a story coach as well as a broadcaster, is I have a different way from my years of experience of hearing people's stories in a very unique way. I hear a story in a way that I can listen for the highlights of the story that will make the greatest impact to those that you are telling the story to. And that does so many things. It builds trust, it builds rapport. Think about if you are speaking with a group of people or clients, or if you're a teacher speaking to children, it builds instant trust and instant rapport when you come from your story because you're showing your heart. You're showing your most authentic self. You're reflecting upon your journey and what it is that you learned from that journey and how you can share it with others. If your story was a difficult one, every time you tell your story, you heal in a different way. Every time you tell your story, you heal. And if you impact just one person, if you save just one life or make a difference in just one person's life, it is all worth it. I promise you. It isn't work, it is joy. It is something that I could do all day because I love uncovering the gems in somebody's journey and picking those gems out so that they can be the most impactful for others, and then helping them find those gems so that it really turns into a true mission in life, a true passion. So the most common question that I get is, what if I don't know my story? What if I have no idea what my story is? Well, I guarantee you, you have a story. If you are alive, you have a story. And I have kind of a formula for this. I have a way of going back in your life and looking from a very neutral perspective for that story. And if you look for, I emulate something of Joseph Campbell's work that I absolutely love, of the hero's journey. When did you turn your ordinary life into that calling, that desire to go out into the world and say, I'd like a different adventure. I'd like a different journey here. I'd like to try this calling that's happening. But then you refuse the call, and then you go for the call, and you refuse the call, and you go for the call. I met many people I speak with who are mediums and psychics had those experiences as young children where they realized, oh my goodness, I had I saw fairies, I could hear voices, and then when they get around their teenage years, they had refused that. Nope, that's not me. I'm not using that. It's blowing me out. I see too much. And so they refuse the call. And then you find your mentor. You find that one person that is doing what you set out to do in the first place, overcame that obstacle of refusing the call, and now they're doing this. And you meet them and they can guide you along the way. And that mentor helps you cross over that threshold of difficulty, of of your journey, of whatever ever happened to you in your life. That mentor can help you cross over that threshold till you learn through all the tests and the challenges that you somehow put yourself through. This, by the way, is the part of the human psyche, this hero's journey. We all go through this multiple times in our lives. Imagine that. But then you go through these tests and these journeys, and then you say, all right, I'm going into the cave, that dark night of the soul, where I really realize this is me, this is who I am, this is how I identify. And you go through this tumultuous ordeal of defining yourself against the world, finding out who you are and where you end and the world begins, and how you relate to that world. And then once you find that delicate balance, that dance, you have a reward. You seize the sword out of the rock, you find the flag and you stick it in the moon. You do what you do when you find that beautiful relationship that comes from this journey, this experience that you've gone through. And then you go to the top of that mountain, you say, I have the fountain of youth. I have the elixir to life. I have the reason why I exist. Here it is. Let me help you. And this is you coming up with this story, this journey in your life. So you take that 12-step journey that Joseph Campbell so brilliantly writes about in The Hero's Journey, and you apply it to the first 20 years of your life. What happened? What decisions did you make about yourself? What realities did you believe that you fell into? What types of identities did you come up with? And then from the 20 to 40 year quadrant, you look at, what did you do with that information? How did you decide to make it your own? How did you become an adult? How did you choose to exercise those beliefs that you came up with in your life? And then that 40 to now is, well, how did you rethink those decisions that you made about yourself? Were they real? Were those realities real? Or could you create your own reality? What do you really want to do with this information? Do you want to make a change? Do you want to find out what you really want, who you really are? You want to be at a choice point in your life rather than things being chosen for you? Do you want to affect your life rather than being at the effect of your life? And those are the questions that you come up with now. And that's when you start teaching your story. That's when you start telling that journey. The human soul is so incredible. The human soul is so resilient. The human soul goes through struggle after struggle and still comes out at the other end of it with new information and a new journey and a new idea and a new path of possibilities. And when you start teaching that path of possibilities, you open other people's minds to their paths of possibilities. So you're not only inspiring yourself every time that you discover this journey inside of yourself, but you're inspiring other people as well. I'll tell you a little bit about my journey. I had no desire or dream to be a broadcaster. I did happen to go to school for broadcast journalism, but that was years before I had a very tragic brain injury. I had a mountain biking accident and I shattered my helmet in several places. And from what I remember, I was riding my bike and in the middle of this race, and then I was not. I was at the bottom of a hill looking up at the bike. And even though my body was still in the momentum of the race, my brain had a different idea. And I slipped into this, what you would call maybe different state of being, different dimension, completely different reality, where I saw the interconnectedness of all things, the interconnectedness of all human beings, all of nature, all of the way I saw the top of a pine tree sway with the wind. The pine tree didn't resist the wind, it became the wind and swayed with the wind, which is why it doesn't break. I found the interconnectedness of our world, the thoughts and feelings of Asia came to me, even though I was in California. It was such an incredible experience of what instant manifestation was. And that I learned that thoughts and goals and ideals are all thoughts outside of ourselves. And when we really become that Buddhist state of being, when we become what it is that we want, there is no getting it, there's no achieving it. It is just the art of allowing it and becoming it. And I got to experience that. And once I experienced that, a whole load of synchronicities started happening in my world. Although my body was airlifted to a hospital and I wound up with a considerable amount of damage and had to go through years and years of therapy. During that therapy of neurofeedback and all sorts of great abilities, I found my way, believe it or not, to this intuition training course. It was a psychic development class and it lasted over 5 years. And I went through this incredible training of learning to listen to those signs and feelings inside myself when I knew something was true. And I was able to see things differently. And as a result, I became what I wanted to do. I started to talk on the radio about what I was experiencing to the people that I was learning from, my healer, psychic, mentor, neuroscientists. I mean, everyone who was making an impact in my life. And that grew into what I now have as a 20 plus year of broadcasting experience, because I come at this from a way of wanting to tell my story through every interview I do. It's not about me, it's the frequency that I bring through the interviews and the stories that I'm so committed to telling of others. So that's the reason why you want to get in touch with your story. It is so much more impactful than you could even imagine. Yes, you've lived this life. Yes, maybe it was difficult at times, but it made you who you are. And the decisions that you made then versus the decisions that you make now, who can you help with those newfound realities? Who can you help to find a new course in life? whose life can you save? And when you look at it that way, there's no end to turning your incredible message into your mission. And I have the example with me today of two incredible women who will help not only illuminate the beauty of learning your personal story, which is Demaritz, who I'll introduce in a minute, but also Jill Lublin, who is such an expert and having the ability to to get your message out into the world and how to make an impact with your message. So we have a beautiful panel here for you today, for you to learn really the importance of telling your story and then how that story can impact thousands and thousands of people, and then how to take your story and get it out into the world and make the same impact. So Demaritz
I,
is Winborn. She is an amazing soul. Demaritz came to me through my story coaching. And when I heard her story and who she is being and telling it, it changed the fabric of who I was. And there's one particular phrase that she said that I live my life by now. And I just absolutely love her. And I want to welcome Demaritz. Thank you for joining me.
thank you. It is my pleasure to be here.
Well, tell me, so first of all, you live where?
I live in Virginia, which is on
Virginia.
the East Coast of the United States.
And where were you raised? Tell me a little bit about your childhood.
So I was born in Panama. I'll throw that piece out because that's an important part of my life story. I came to the United States when I was 3 years old, and I grew up in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay. And in the US at 3 years old, you came with your family?
Yes, my father, back then you could do that, and he was a Panamanian who joined the U.S. military. U.S. had a big presence in the Canal Zone in Panama back then, and because of that, he was able to bring his young bride and his toddler daughter to the United States.
And tell me about your experience as a child. What was your life like?
Uh, I would say tough, but yet I didn't realize it. You kind of learned. It became the standard uh, comment. That was the way of life for me. And why do I say tough? I say tough because my mother, who had me when she was young, she was a teenager, came to the United States to meet her spouse, my father. And a few years after that, they were separated and it ended up in a divorce. So I was raised by a single mother. And by the time I was 7, there were 5 of us.
Wow.
So lots of mouths to feed. And, my mother, who was fully bilingual, was trying to fit in and truly assimilate in this country. So one of the things that I lost growing up was my native language. I was, my mother, I came to this country speaking Spanish and English. At the age of 3, I don't know how fluent I was, but I did have a vocabulary in both languages. And yet, by the time I was in middle school, I had to take Spanish to learn the Spanish all over again because she wanted us to fit in. We only spoke English in our household.
And what was your defining moment when your experience as a child that really defined you?
That was a trip to the store. So at the age of 7, as I mentioned, there were 5 of us. I'm the oldest. And at that age and back in those days, it wasn't uncommon for me to go to the store by myself. I was a responsible little 7-year-old.
Wow.
And my mother trusted me with a $20 bill to go and get some food, staples we needed, eggs, milk, sugar, bread, that kind of stuff. One of the things that I had seen going shopping with my mother, because that was something that I would do often, was the reaction that people had when she would take out the food stamps. So when you're a single mom and you've got infants, she could not go and get work. And even if she could, she hadn't even finished high school as we know it in Panama. So she really didn't have a lot of of skills for going out and getting a job. And that was embarrassing for me to have to acknowledge the fact that we couldn't do for ourselves. Even at the age of 7, I picked up on the behaviors and the way people responded. So this particular day, I'm going by myself to the store, and I've done it before, and I have the $20 bill, and I gather all the things I'm told to purchase, and I'm standing in line waiting patiently. And when I get to the conveyor belt and I put my groceries on the conveyor belt, I realize I've lost the money. I didn't have the $20 bill. That really set a trajectory for me for really my life going forward. On the way home, I'm really sad, and I know I've messed up. Right, this little 7-year-old, I've lost the money, and we don't have any food. So I decided on the way home that I was going to have a different life. I was going to go to school and really do well, really study, not let anything get in my way. And when I grew up, because I did that, I'd be able to get a really good job, and I could feed myself and my children. That was my solution.
You came up with that at 7
I'm
instead
sure.
of most kids would be like, well, I could tell them that somebody stole it. I could, say that, whatever. You could have thought of a million other things, but you made a decision in your life that you were never going to have that experience again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what's amazing? I can tell you that I came up in a period of time where I saw lots of teenage pregnancies. Um, there were plenty of people around me in that neighborhood that would have gladly introduced me to drugs. Nothing was moving me off of my mark.
Wow.
Nothing,
Wow.
because that experience that day was so powerful that I it was very easy for me to stay the course.
It gives me chills just to look at you as this little girl in the line, and I just can't understand why someone didn't help you.
Yeah.
But that didn't register either.
No, it didn't. It truly didn't. It was just, I felt it was a wound inside of me, and the way to heal it was to do better, was to do better going forward. I couldn't change that. There was nothing that I could do, but I could do better for myself.
And you did. And so you went to school.
I sure did. I went to a prestigious college and got my bachelor's degree in psychology, and then went on to another very prestigious Big Ten school and got my master's, so that I earned the right to call myself a psychologist, and it was wonderful. I mean, I did everything I said I was going to do, lockstep, no hiccups, no stumbles. I did that part right. I did that part right.
Yes. And even though it appeared things were perfect, the pattern still was there.
Absolutely. And that was devastating to realize that I had all this book smart, and yet what I lacked was people sensing skills, I'll call it. I made 2 bad choices when it came to men. And my first marriage ended at pretty young in its lifespan, and the second marriage also had a similar fate. My choices, I will own that. It was my choices. There were signs that I saw, and yet I didn't pay attention to them. And so here I was with 2 children, one from each marriage. They were 8 years apart. And now I'm living in the shoes that I'd seen my mother living in. I'm trying to care for 2 children on my own, something I never, ever, ever thought I would ever do. And that was, that's a tough road. Anyone who has to do that, it is a tough road.
And you had the education and you had the experience, but you wound up in that same position.
That's correct. And what made it hard was, here it is. I knew that I could not, I had to then stop excelling at the rate that I had been, because I have two little people that I'm responsible for. I had to be there to care for them. So I couldn't just take any old job. I had to be mindful of the work hours, the distance from where I lived, and all of that was so important. But I still had a really great job. I loved what I did. It was a beautiful job until the day I got laid off.
Mm.
And that happened when the US economy was going through its thing. And it was a tough time when that occurred. And so here I am, I'm laid off. I get a severance package, but the money runs out before I'm able to find the next job, because the economy was in a really bad way. The unemployment rate was extremely high. So I'm looking for a job, and I know everything will work itself out, but I was running out of time. And I knew I was, because in the mailbox were cutoff notices for my gas and electric. You know, I was getting unemployment insurance, but it wasn't enough to pay the bills, keep a roof over our heads, feed my children, and make sure they get the medical care they needed. One of my youngest daughter was just 1 year old at the time.
Mm.
So the real clincher for me was the day I came home and saw the eviction notice on my door.
Oof.
And I knew then I had run out of time. And that for me was a hard pill to swallow, because you see, that 7-year-old had promised that everything would be done so that this could never happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember the day that I had put my daughters to bed, and the lights were off throughout the apartment, and I was sitting on the floor in the kitchen. It's a little kitchenette. It's really not even, I can't even call it a kitchen, but it was an area that had a stove in it and a sink. And there was a light under the hood. That was the only light on. So it's not a very bright light. And I'm crying. The despair was more than I had ever experienced in my life. The truth is, I wanted to die. I was sitting there trying to plan how to end my life and take care of my daughters. And what was the hard part was, it was a dilemma that didn't have a solution, because there was no one that I knew of that I could say would take care of them. And I sat there, and my top was soaking wet I'm just crying. And out of nowhere, rising out of me, came this sense. And I heard it like it was a voice talking to me. You'll figure this out. And when you do, you'll help others. That was really an interesting experience, because the tears instantly dried up. And suddenly I realized, whoa, you mean there's a method to this madness? There's a reason why I'm going through all this, because I've got something. I am going to figure this out. All of a sudden now I am going to figure this out. And when I do, I will be able to help others and make sure people realize there's always hope. There is a way. Now, my hope came in the form of this wonderful woman called Sister Catherine, who worked for Catholic Charities. I didn't know Sister Catherine, but I ended up being given her card. And I called her and I told her what was going on. And Sister Catherine, a couple of weeks later, delivers a check to me that paid my rent and my utilities. And a couple of weeks after that, I found a job. I don't know how I could ever thank her. I do know that it all worked together, that her coming into my life was not a mistake. And years later, I started looking at the pattern, and I realized, when something happened that I didn't expect, something good always came of it. So my whole way of looking at my life experience took a big shift. So when anything bad happens, I always say, okay, God, show me the good that's going to come of this. And I always see it.
That's the phrase that changed my whole view. Anyone going around anything where I have a difficult day, I say this, God, show me the good that's going to come from this. Because it does. And when you ask that question, and I mean, Damaris, you've turned into the most beautiful teacher. You're helping others. You're doing exactly what you said. It wasn't just one time, but it's several of it. Like I was explaining the hero's journey, we go through these undulations 2, 3 times in our life, and you have come out of it teaching this. And one of these days you're going to be on the TED stage. I know it, talking about what is the good that's going to come from this, because it's such a simple, beautiful technique that everyone can use, no matter what background, no matter what language they speak. It's that outlook in life. And you pulled it off. You got a job. You supported your family. You're living in a wonderful house now and teaching,
Yeah.
coaching other women. You're doing what you said you were going to, you're helping others.
Yes.
I mean, just anyone watching, do you realize that power of story? How many times did you identify with Damaris and feel for her? And how much better you feel you know her? Like, I just like want to hang out with you on your porch and have tea and talk. I just, and just the texture of everything about you, I love. And that's through this beautiful journey that you've been through. We've all been through a journey. We've all been through our hills and valleys, our ups and downs, our hero's journey. But we have this ability to teach when we tell it. And that's the value and the beauty of what you just did. And I would love to bring in Jill Lublin to this conversation because she ties together how all of this works. When you have a message as powerful as Damaris's message, your message matters. And getting that message to the right people who need it the most, who might be a single mom on welfare right now with multiple children to feed and lost her job, who might need that the most. Jill will help you as a publicity expert get that message out to a bigger visible crowd. Welcome, Jill. Thank you so much for being here and listening so patiently. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lisa and Damaris. I'm so touched by your story. And Lisa, you said it. It is all about story, sound bites, things that people can grab onto, like the one-liner she gave, right? And so I think that's really a key to telling that story is what is it that will be memorable? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's you have these wonderful strategies that help people get from this place that Damaris is at now to someone that is able to be on the TED stage or able to be newsworthy. Can you share what you have learned with all of us?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I got a visual aid here. Blow your own horn, even when you feel like you're a kazoo, because sometimes we do. We feel like maybe we don't have a big horn to blow, or maybe we're not quite, check it out, the star yet. The point is that to be a star, you've got to elevate wherever you are right now. And it does come down to your message. And the message is about creating what is, I like to use this formula, is what is the problem today, right? And to get a great formula and create something that grabs people is and does come down to a good formula. So I'd like you to think about what's the problem out there, right? What's going on out there that people can relate to? And then I want you all to think about the fact that you are a publicity garden. You have beautiful flowers and seeds that you're planting, and some you're going to plant right now I mean, like right now, because maybe in the media, there's something powerful and amazing happening, like the opportunity to talk about something that's about right now, like you fit into a topic of the day. For instance, mental health is a big topic, right? Maybe you fit into that. Maybe you're a psychologist, hint, hint, where you can talk about what's going on right now, right? And then you want to plant your seeds for 3, 6, and 9 months ahead, particularly because radio and media generally, certainly most magazines, they're planning ahead. So you are all evolutionary beings planting seeds for different beautiful times that your flowers can bloom. That's actually important to know. Some will bloom right now, some you're planting for later. I think that's a key. And so part of that key of getting into media is to create a great message, solve problems out there, realize that you're an authority, an expert, right? And experts solve problems. So one of the things I encourage people to do is create a message that matters and that you can, well, rinse and repeat, so that no matter how you feel, no matter what's going on, you can be a media star and talk about your message so that it matters, and that you have the sound bites that are consistent and persistent. Yes, I want you to be consistent and persistent in the media, because here's the truth. Some of you may get bored by your own message, but we haven't heard it yet. The new one's watching. And so I want you to be able to speak it anywhere, anytime. And then here's another super great key for getting in media. It's called use everything you've got. So for instance, when Black Lives Matter, huge media, obviously important topic. And I remember working with a wonderful communications coach. And we had a great story about how to communicate more effectively, and her own story about how she felt like she never could communicate well. And that's why she went into that, right? Which often, by the way, is our great stories. The very thing she was talking about, Damaris, there, about now she's helping others, right? Because she was there before. And I think that's super interesting story. So same thing with this woman. Well, and then Black Lives Matter happened. And I said to her, forget everything we've been doing. I want you to come out as a strong Black woman and how to communicate confidently as a strong Black woman in today's times. And she tied in her story to what was going on right now, thereby creating more confidence, helping others have more confidence, and frankly, driving people to her coaching business. So sometimes you're going to use your own story. Sometimes you're going to use everything you've got. My Hispanic clients will go to Hispanic media, Christian clients to Christian media, spiritual clients to spiritual media, and so on and so forth. Use all aspects of who you are, because it will make a huge difference. And it will get you more media. And my friends, that's what you want. More media, because what media does is 3 M's. It magnetizes you, it monetizes you, and it multiplies you. And it gets your story out there in ways that perhaps, well, maybe you didn't think about before. And then most importantly, it drives people back to you so that you are serving more people. You are having the impact and influence you deserve, because that's what publicity gives you, is influence and impact. And with that, that's where your contribution really shines. And that's where you can make such a difference in the world, which I know you want to do if you're watching this right now. The other thing I want to suggest, and Lisa, feel free to jump in if you have specific questions, happy to help. But, I want y'all to use you language. You language is powerful. And so when you're talking, you notice I'm doing it right now. I'm using you language. I'm helping you to feel closer. And I think that makes such a difference when you are being interviewed in media. Use you language, and that way you're bringing people right in quickly and fast. And to remember that in the word's message, in the word message, right? If you think of that word right now, The first two letters is me. The last four letters in the word message is Sage. In the word message is me, Sage.
Oh, that's great.
Isn't that
That's
cool?
great. Yes,
Cool.
yes. I love that. Now, a question about when, Demerit spoke so much from her heart and so authentically, and she hasn't told her story 1,000 times, which is what I love about her realness. I mean, she paints pictures with her words. How do you maintain with the heart, Jill, and still go after this visibility?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it does honestly take some practice. Listen, I had a woman whose husband killed himself. Actually, I apologize, was actually shot by the son. Oh my God, in front of her, right? I mean, intense. Every time she told the story, she would cry.
Yeah.
And I said to her, you know what? It's okay to cry. Let some tears roll down your eyes. But you know what? Let's make sure that you know what you're saying so that when you're in the middle of that emotion, you can still speak it, right? And so I think it's great to let your heart speak. And by the way, she is now a huge mental health advocate, speaks to media all the time. When Simone Biles said, no, I'm not going to keep on the Olympics, they called her for her opinion. They called another client of mine who is a psychologist, right? Also for comment, because she's an expert on relationships and mental health. So what I want to say is you can integrate your story, weave it. I like weaving. I think I want you to think of yourself as a weaver of your story.
Yes.
And that is putting the heart into it, putting the soul into it, and making sure that you got a point. Like, what's your point, right? And how will you direct people back to what you'd like them to do? To go visit your website, to connect to you, to become part of your wonderful, people that you're going to contribute to. And so remember that that's part of what media is doing too, and that it is driving your message to the masses, whatever masses are right for you.
Right. So the right person can hear it at the right time. And this, I've heard Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi say a lot, make your mess your message, turning your mess into your message or something like that. And true, when Damaris tells the story, she tells it from a healed place. She tells it from a place of learning of what the lessons were that she got out of this. And who knows who's listening? There could be one person, as I said, listening who is in that position of having lost her job, having to be on food stamps, having 2 small children at home, and an eviction notice on the front door. And you speak to her and her life changes. She contacts you. She looks at, how, the mini self-discovery exploration kit that you have. She does something that makes a difference in her life, and you've changed someone, and you're Sister Catherine, and that's how you pay it forward to Sister Catherine the rest of your life, is by helping that one other person. And it's so fulfilling. And look, you could do that all day long. And that's what it means to live a purpose-driven life as well. So who are you not to tell your story? I always say that, Jill. And who are you not to get it out there? A lot of people are afraid of getting their message out, like afraid of talking about themselves. How do you suggest people get over that and actually get out there?
Well, I think part of this, getting over fear, and by the way, that's natural, right? We are all not taught to promote ourselves. Right. But the truth is, I see it as giving your gift to the world. So I'd like you to reframe this and think about, as you tell your story, as you get out with and reach more and more people, what happens is that you're able to contribute your gifts, to have that dynamic presence, or even subtle, quiet, beautiful whispering heart to others, that you can plant in their hearts the seed to continue to have hope, to do what they need to do best based on what your skills and talents are. So to me, it's like if you're not doing it, you're withholding a gift, is how I would see it.
Right.
So part of that is to feel the fear and do it anyway. It's okay to be nervous. It's, truly a human experience. Listen, I get nervous, and I've been doing this for close to 27 years. That we all have those moments where we take a deep breath, and whatever you need to do to center yourself, so that in those 4 or 5 minute media interviews, which, by the way, that's all you have to be strong for. Sometimes a little longer on podcasts, maybe 30-minute podcasts. And guess what? When you're authentic and telling your story, there's no imposter syndrome. There's no feeling like, well, I don't know, am I good enough? Because you are chosen because you're good enough, and being willing to put yourself forth. Yes, maybe in front of some others. Yeah. That way others can hear your story, be affected, be impacted, and take action.
Yes. I always say, when you're speaking, speak to just that one person. Find that avatar, that woman in your mind, or that person in your mind who you are speaking to. Maybe it's you back then, and speak to her. And it will help you see the reality of what people are, where they're really at. It'll help you meet them where they're really at, rather than talking over them. And now, in terms of sound bites, Jill, what do you think about the 5 steps to this and 4 steps to this, or just telling the story? How do you feel about both of those styles?
I think it depends a little bit on the people, right? Like I like to tell people to have 3 things they give others. I think 5, 4, 7, it's too much. Most people can remember in 3s. And so I like to say, have 3 good sound bites, but make them memorable. Like, one of my things is to create your ooh, ah factor. Now that's fun, right? You'll probably remember that. And I know when we're in our virtual publicity courses, I mean, one of the things I'm really big on is creating that soundbite, like right there in the moment. This is not don't, shall we say, struggle on this. Like, it's progress, not perfection. Let's try it out. Let's make sure it sticks. And then you can always change it, right? Because your publicity is an evolutionary process, and your message will grow just like you will. But let's start somewhere. Let's throw it out and make sure that that you are starting to have that impact. So I like 3s, and I believe that you definitely have a story worked into it, particularly if it's relevant. If you're like listen, I've had CPAs get in major media because maybe we used everything they've got. One of my other sound bites, use everything you've got. For instance, one of my financial planners, his wife had breast cancer. And we used his story of being a partner to somebody with breast cancer that actually got him a tremendous amount of publicity and blogs. What was it related to? Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Because he's the partner of somebody, and that drove people into his business. And he actually got a 38% uptick in his website stats, and he got 9 new clients in the first week.
Oh my goodness.
By using publicity. That's what I love.
You, Demerits, you just spoke at a workshop or a retreat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what was your experience of telling your story? How did other people receive it?
It was clear to me when the space, it was an outdoor event, beautiful, and overlooking the water.
Nice.
On the shores of Maryland. And I felt that I needed to justify, why me? Why am I standing here? Why am I qualified to lead you through this intensive experiential, hands-on experience? And I said, so let me start by just sharing a little bit about myself. And I started with the story about the little 7-year-old. I could hear a pin drop. Now I'm outdoors, but I knew all the eyes were glued on me, and everyone was definitely connected. There was a connection with each of them to me. And I knew it when I got to the part of the story where I had, lost the money. And I saw all the faces dropped, and when I got to the part of the story where I just wanted to end it all, as I told him, it was the darkest day of my life. It truly was. And I could feel just how thick the air got at that time. And then when, the story ended on the positive note, and I told them, I said, I know that everything that happens in life, everything, no matter how bad it may seem, know this, it will all come together and work for good.
Yeah.
And I could feel them all of a sudden in unison lift up, right? And from there, we went into the exercise. So it's interesting because they went on the journey with me.
Yes.
And I could sense it. And it, interestingly enough, on the other side of this experience, it was about an 1.5-hour workshop. Several of the people that were there actually confided in me about some really tough things that had been happening in their life. They didn't know me before I had started talking to them. And so I found it to be interesting that in that moment, my sharing made them feel as though they were in a safe place.
Yes.
And it was okay for them to now open up about something that was really traumatic for them in their lives. Yet while they're telling me their story, now they're holding something that this experience I led them through that made them see that it's okay. It's all beautiful. It's all going to be all right. And so they weren't conveying their story with sadness at that point. And so I already knew they had learned that lesson.
Wow. So you saw your story land at that moment. And Demerits did I think it was like in 4 minutes or less, you told your story on the video that we do at the end of the story coaching session. And so it's still possible to pack all of that in and make that much of an impact and build that much rapport and lead people to possibilities in 4 to 5 minutes, as Jill is saying, in kind of the soundbite way. So it is so powerful what you're doing and what both of you are doing to not only show how stories heal, but show the vital importance that if you keep your story to yourself, then it's not going to help anyone. And be okay with getting out there and sharing it. As you can see from what Demerits did, and she comes from the heart, and that's what I recommend. You don't want to disconnect and just come from the head. You want to stay in your heart, and it doesn't make you seem arrogant. It doesn't make you seem, egotistic. It's truly just coming from the heart. And that's the whole important thing here of taking your mission, what it is in life, the whole message that you have to share, and making that your journey in life. You have to. I mean, who are you not to? Like you said, Jill, don't hold back. Don't prevent someone else from having that enormous amount of growth just because you want to not tell your story, or you're shy, or you are nervous, or whatever it is. Yeah, you have this ability to really share and be in a place where you are able to impact other people's lives. Now, I know that you teach a course around this. Jill, tell me a little bit about the course that you teach and how you can help people as a publicity kind of crash course.
Absolutely. And it is actually called Publicity Crash Course.
Okay.
Because frankly, what I've noticed is people do need a step-by-step system and a blueprint and things that actually work to pitch the media today, right? So I do that in a Get It Done. It's live, it's interactive, it's virtual with me.
Nice.
And we actually go through, we roll up our sleeves and get publicity done. So it's super simple, super affordable. It's based on my book, Guerrilla Publicity. And it's really the way to create that publicity that you deserve, that you need, and that frankly, it's get it done and get the media to say yes. So that's my mission, is to help people actually get in the media.
Tell me real quick, I have a question for you about podcasts. Do you know of a good source, or is it a good idea just to start there, to start on as many podcasts as you can and help people get the story down to the perfectionist or the level that they can get it to?
I think starting on podcasts is fantastic. Why? Because they're simple, they're easier. especially if you don't have to get all made up and put the makeup on. But even if you do, it's a wonderful thing. And many of them are just audio, some are audio and video. The point is, they're easy because they're conversational. And most of us can have a conversation, which is really all we're talking about. And I really want to, shall we say, take the pressure off media and just say to all of you, what you're really having is a conversation. And the great news is that in a traditional media setting, like the, let's say TV and radio, that it is about having that conversation in a short focus session. But I do think podcasts are great. They're easy to find. There's podcast matchmaking services that actually keep it really simple.
Well, that's interesting. I love that. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, Damaris, is that you were a little nervous about today. But when you have a conversation and you come from your heart, it just takes care of it all.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. And you have done that, and you did a great job today, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you both very much.
I don't know if it's one of the first times you've been interviewed about your story after story coaching, is it?
Actually, it is.
Okay.
This is the very first time. So yes, there were a little jitters, but I think, you as a host, Lisa, you have a way of putting people at ease and making it very much of a conversation. So thank you for doing what you always do so well again today.
Thank you. I mean, that is part of my purpose. It's part of why I'm here, is to, I imagine someone who's in the middle of their day or their stuff, whatever their stuff is, and then they hear this conversation and they're like a fly on the wall, and they get inspired by something they heard. And that's how I've experienced it in my life, where I'll just hear something, it'll hit me the right way, or that piece of information will come in for someone else that I'll want to share it with. And that's the purpose of having a conversation. So I particularly like that style. There's other people that do this 10 steps to this, or if you're doing a lecture, you have to have it organized in your mind and so forth. The story coaching I do does help people get it into a choreography where you get the beginning, middle, and end of your story, what's possible, what the offering is that you can do. And I will mention that if you want, the website for that is theawareshow.com/coaching. Very simple. And I do workshops and stuff like that as well. And Damaris, tell me a little bit about your wonderful kit, that mini self-discovery exploration kit. Tell me about that.
So one of the things that I know is a fact is we are often, many of us, allow the world to tell us who we are. And yet we, deep inside, there's a knowing, number one. Two, there is really a purpose for our lives. And if we can only tap that and connect the heart back to the brain and live from, a life that's heart focused and centered, life takes on a beautiful, it's a beautiful view. It's a wonderful world, as I sometimes like to say. And so the mini self-discovery exploration kit that I put together, and I will be happy to share with anyone who is taking this in and says, I want to spend some time with me. It's an opportunity for them to, on their own, self-guided, they can answer some questions. I've given them lots of things to choose from, but they choose the ones that are important to them. And at the end of that, they'll get a little more clarity about who they are. I call it the getting to know yourself better exercise.
All of this is so important. It's just exactly this whole concept behind what we're talking about today, the whole idea of humanity's team and the Global Oneness Summit is exactly that. It's how to take your dream, your message, and really turn it into your mission in the world. And I know from the people that are hosting panels, that are guests, and that are participating, that this is the most incredible thing that you can do for yourself and for others, is to learn your story, to tell it in a way that has the best impact possible, to share it with others so that you not only heal yourself, but you heal others. and then you just deepen your sense of purpose in life. And that's what Jill's doing. That's what Demerits is doing. That's what all of you listening are doing as well. And just, I encourage you really to listen for what that story might be in your life and how you can share it, how you can get it out there to share it with the world and make this world, what did you say, Demerits? Find out what good is going to come of this
Absolutely.
world.
And know for a fact that it will, that
Yeah.
whatever it is that you've gone through, you will find the gem. I like to say there is a silver lining in every cloud.
Well, you've certainly done that. And thank you so much for your time, Demerits. And thank you so much, Jill, for your time. I will mention Demerits' website is simplydreamit.com. Is that right?
That is correct.
Simplydreamit.com. And Jill, your website is
publicitycrashcourse.com.
Okay, great. And mine is theawareshow.com. And thank you all so much for being a part of this experience, this panel, this entire Global Oneness Summit. And this is all about opening to your universal self, which is what we've talked about today. I am Lisa Garr. And again, until next time, I invite you to stay aware.
Welcome to the Global Oneness Summit. We are so pleased to be sharing this program with you today on conscious business from idea to practice. It's presented by members of the Conscious Business Synergy Circle of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle of the Source of Synergy Foundation and their special guests. I'm Deborah Moldow, the director of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle and a co-founder of the EL Conscious Business Synergy Circle, along with Steve Farrell and Dr. Kurt Johnson. And Kurt is with us today. Would you like to say a few words of welcome, Kurt?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say it was a wonderful experience bringing this group together for this discussion, and to thank everybody from joining from what appears to be 5 continents. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Kurt. We couldn't have done it without you. So I'd like to start by giving brief introductions of our presenters today, and fuller bios for each of them are at the Global Oneness Summit website. So now let me introduce our guests. I'm going to start with our moderator, Peter Matisse. Peter is a former software entrepreneur, venture capitalist, and founder of the Conscious Business Institute, CBI. Since 2005, CBI has developed a structured, measurable, and scalable way for organizations to become more inspiring, more purpose-driven, and more life-giving. The CBI programs and approaches have been used by more than 35,000 professionals in organizations from 1 to 100,000 people, including Starbucks, BMW Group, Siemens, and Intel. Before founding CBI, Peter was a principal for a globally leading private equity and venture capital firm, Apex Partners and Company, and for B Business Partners, a $1 billion pan-European VC fund. So you can find out more about Peter at consciousbusinessinstitute.com. Next, we have Marcel Gasser. Marcel, model 1982, as he says, has built several businesses from 2008 to 2015, and then switched to STO, service to others, due to a health challenge. So since that time, Marcel supports founders, investors, and their ventures as a coach, business angel, and connector. The main interest has always been being human behind those companies, their motives and motivations. He says company growth through personal transformation is one of his passions and main interest of collecting data and wisdom. So find out more about Marcel at marcelgasser.com. Next, we have Dr. Julia Furedi. She is an organizational psychologist turned HR tech entrepreneur with close to 3 decades of corporate experience. Julia's worked in top HR positions at major multinational companies. 3 years ago, she started her own company, SparkQ, that developed a mobile application that measures the transformational capability and psychological safety of organizational cultures. So look for that, SparkQ with the letter Q. Dr. Claudia Gross is with us today. She is a soulful business humanist, consultant, and trainer. For more than 20 years, she's been facilitating transformations in organizations, teams, and individuals. And while many of us may be active in the West, she mainly works in the Maghreb, the Middle East, and Sub-Saharan Africa, and now, of course, online around the world. Claudia supports teams in transforming, healing, and ultimately liberating their organizations. And she shares what works regarding organizational evolutions in her weekly newsletter called Life at Work. So more on her at claudiagross.com. Then we have Dr. Larry Clay. He is an assistant professor of business at the College of Business Innovation, Leadership, and Technology at Marymount University. He's a longtime innovator for humanities teams, conscious business enterprise. Dr. Clay is also the business coach and program administrator for the Conscious Business Change Agent Masterclass. So find out more about that at consciousbusinessenterprise.org. Next, we have Ralph Wilms. Ralph is a social and spiritual alchemist. He's a meditation teacher, an entrepreneur, a storyteller, and he supports individuals and companies over 35 years as a coach, mentor, and trainer, helping to unlock the wisdom of their soul. His techniques fuse spiritual practices from Eastern traditions with Western techniques of body-centered psychotherapy. Ralph Wilms is the founder of the Transpersonal Academy, teaching applied transpersonal psychology for personal and organizational transformation. And he's also the founder of the Silence Finder meditation app. So be sure to look for that. So we welcome this wonderful panel for the Global Oneness program today. And I'm so happy to now pass the baton to our program moderator, Peter Matisse.
Thank you, Deborah. That's wonderful. I'm so stoked to have everybody on board here with the diverse experiences, the diverse locations, and the diverse backgrounds that we have. We've put this panel together to move conscious business from an idea, from a vision to practicability. Personally, I've been in the conscious business field for over 15 years, and I've seen it grow from a seed to now many people asking about conscious business. When we work with organizations, every large organization is thinking about transformation. The problem that we see, however, is while many are super excited about conscious business because it might bring them more fulfillment and inspiration into their work life, others might be pushed to it like large organizations. Most miss a pathway to get there. There seems to be concrete steps to get there missing so far. And so this is what we would like to discuss in this panel, to provide you with the steps to get there. For you as an individual, if you look for more purpose and fulfillment in your own life, for you as a professional, if you're a leader and would like to work with a little bit more consciousness, and for you as an organization, if you bring that into a systemic approach here. More specifically, what we will do is we will look at the road bumps that we've seen in our experiences that we need to overcome if we want to make conscious business more systematic and systemic. We will secondly look at what we can do to overcome these road bumps and what it really takes to create systematically and systemically organizations where people want to work, where we feel we belong, and where we can make a difference together. So with that, I would like to get started right away. I would like to pose the first question to Julia. Julia, you've spent years in the business world, interacting on all levels, but on very high levels for a long time. What do you see or have you seen that organizations grapple with most? And what are the challenges or the road bumps that we need to address if we want to create more healthy, inspiring organizations in a systematic way?
Well, Peter, when you're saying inspiring, happy, basically what we're talking about and what I'm hearing is organizational culture, which is the heart and soul of a company. And actually, my experience very much resonates with the research that says that 93% of all transformational initiatives fail due to the fact that organizational culture has not been factored in, and it's not supporting that transformation. And no wonder, because organizational culture is something that is very vague. It's like fluffy, and it's very difficult to put your finger on it, what it really is. But basically what we see is that organizational culture is like how people interact with each other, how they bring their whole and true self to work, what they think about the company, how they conduct themselves, and also how they behave on a day-to-day basis, and not just what's written on mugs and different merchandise, what we value, but actually how we walk the talk. And for that, I see two main challenges. One of the things is that top management is not always aware of the fact and the pivotal role of organizational culture, knowing it deep inside out, knowing that each and every one of them, and it's not just a unit within an within the organization that needs to deal with transformation, but it needs to be the whole company, starting from top down completely. And one of the things that I see is that it's most of the time it's pushed on HR as an organizational unit that's supposed to deal with people, and the personal authority and the personal responsibility is not factored into that. Now, the second thing that I find is very challenging is that we can hardly ever measure anything else with regards to organizational culture than engagement and satisfaction. And these are things that translate to reluctance or complacence or lack of initiative. It has got nothing to do with the fact that the organizational culture is able to actually embrace and help change that needs to take place, because we need to embrace change, and that for that we need an organizational culture that has courage, that there's transparency, intrapreneurship, not but intrapreneurship, curiosity, passion, and also psychological safety. So these are the two challenges that I see, as you said, road bumps to actually have an organizational culture that helps transformation.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. So culture being a cloud, and secondly, to make this entire construct that we're talking about more measurable.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would like to open the aperture a little bit more, because we oftentimes speak from a Western perspective. So I would like to extend the next question to Claudia, who works a lot in the Middle East and is based in Egypt. So we're often looking at business from a Western perspective, with the luxury to be able to transform into different ways of doing business, maybe. But if we really want to create a broader transformation in the world, we also need to look at those places that we usually don't have on our radar when we think about business. So you're working a lot in the Middle East and Africa, even Afghanistan, and a lot with NGOs. What are your experience about the road bumps?
Yeah, well, thank you for this question. For me, it's something that comes to mind first is that it looks like a one-way street, that what they call the global north is like transferring their knowledge and education to the global south. And we teach you how to do it, get our MBAs or study in our universities in your country, or come to our countries, So there is a brain drain actually going on, and it is this one-way street, while there are actually local solutions. There are local projects, like, for example, there's a Good Life Accelerator in Sri Lanka, or there are AfriLabs in like 49 African countries and 292 innovation hubs. Have you ever heard about them? You know, I mean, like, they are happening while we are actually speaking and whatever, like rotating around ourselves. Or thinking about how people manage and work in India, in China, in Japan. A friend of mine, she wrote a book about Katie Anderson on leading to learn and learning to lead, you know, just to widen our horizons. So these are just 3 examples out of a zillion that are happening right now while we are talking here. And they happen independent of if we know them or not, you know. So I think it's important to widen our horizon and to move beyond this Western-centric perspective, because we're missing a lot. And what is funny is that these countries, on the other hand, very often, and now also stereotyping, but I see this a lot, that people are seeking this kind of knowledge. They're seeking Western education to be fit for business. So there's also a missing appreciation for how they actually do business, how they lead, what the context is, you know. And this one fits all is actually not fitting. And it's a weird approach, you know, and weird in this sense of this acronym saying like, Western, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic, you know, a weird approach. I studied organizational psychology based on weird results. And the way we do business is very often weird. And often when people think about transformations, they are also thinking about it in a weird way. So there is these development organizations and international NGOs, famous universities. And what they do is they are still exporting business as usual, and they pretend that these business practices from the 19th century are the way of doing business, totally ignoring what is happening in these countries altogether. And so, and also kind of overwriting a healthy ecosystem full of human traditions, wise principles, collective purposes. Yeah. So when you think about gift economy, we have this in these countries, in many countries. There's so many examples. Or circular economy. Ask our garbage collectors about their recycling rate. You would be surprised. Or community lending schemes. We have them in Egypt here. We call them Gamma Aya. So they are there since forever. Or social insurance system is based on us. So there's no fine print, you know, and we are super reliable. Mindfulness at work. Sure, spirituality as well, and religion, you know, and many religions, many more than we actually can imagine, and humanity at work, big time every day. So I think there's a vast richness that is very often overlooked. So there's a kind of monoculture, standardization, certification going on. And I wish people would be more aware, more appreciative, and more proud of what is already there. What are the wisdom and the consciousness we could tap in there. And ultimately, it's about an organizational evolution for all of us, I guess. And I also feel it's about an organizational emancipation, yeah, to get rid of what we did so far that brought us here, but doesn't bring us anywhere, and together to heal and liberate and to move into a future. And in this organizational evolutions and this organizational emancipation, we are all one.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving on to Marcel, you've been in the business world for so many years as an entrepreneur until you experienced your own crisis. From your perspective as an entrepreneur, and maybe combining what we've heard so far, what is the reason for what you went through and what helped you shift as an entrepreneur, creating this consciousness shift for yourself? What worked, what didn't?
Yeah, I would say it doesn't really matter if the crisis is for myself or the crisis as a society. I think the underlying themes are always the same. For example, I would say we are living the age of extremes, and we are living in the age of confusion. And I would say that's why I had a tumor in my head, because I was living the extreme. I was not listening. I wasn't present. my system was completely out of balance. And this is what we also face as a society at the moment. And I think when I refer to Julia and Claudia, I would say, what is the medicine? It would be walk the talk or change inside out. Or I would also say, as Claudia just mentioned, the emancipation, because we are, often we are successful and doing what we are doing, but we don't even know why we're doing. And we are internally so confused from heart, mind, and then communicating this to the external world, why we are, or what does success mean, or what does consciousness mean for myself. And so I believe if we can really become authentic in aligning my inside and outside world and my heart and my mind, there will be less confusion. There will be less communication problems. I think we have a huge communication problem at the moment. So that's restoring balance is healing, and is healing myself as an individual. Restoring balance as a society is the same. Is really kind of get rid of those extremes, kind of get rid of those communication problems. So, and then for the last thing, I would also say we have been enough in this I mentality. So if we are more conscious, we move to the we, and then the ultimate is the us, as Claudia just mentioned. And I think this is where we may be going in the near future with the current situation. And I'm very optimistic for that we will be humanity, or that with maybe the challenge we face at the moment, we are able to heal our society, we are able to heal our individual, and then us as a collective.
Mm. Yeah, it doesn't matter which panel I'm on or where we are talking, it always, within 15 minutes, it comes down to the individual. And we might be dealing with outside problems, but we obviously need to start with with us as individuals, because the buck starts and stops right here. And yet we will need to build the bridge in order to make it systematic. So Ralph, I want to pass the buck to you here. You've been on both sides of the river as an investment banker and working with spiritual teachers all over the world, but a lot in the Eastern world, that have brought you the most profound experiences. Going inside as an individual, working with the individual on a very deep level, what do you see as the stumbling stones that we have to overcome if we want to transform the way we work and live? What do you see as the stumbling stones when you work with individuals that might be reluctant to make the next shift that we might need to make as individuals?
It's interesting that early on in the 80s, there was a survey of a professor of psychology about why people change and if people change with therapy. And that was Eugene Gentling. And he found out with 25,000 patients that it was not so much the therapy itself or the experience of the coach or the therapist. It's what the main thing was, if the body was involved or not. And we overestimate the mind. We think when we understand something that leads to change, and it doesn't lead to change. Even insight doesn't lead to change. And there is an interesting social scientist, I think he also is anthropologist. He wrote a book about coming to our senses. And when I met Peter Kingsley many years ago, I think about 8 or 10 years ago, maybe also 15 years ago, and I read his book. His first book was the mystical origin of the Western civilization. And I was in Buddhism, I was in Zen Buddhism, I was in Sufism, a lot of stuff. But when I met him, I thought, wow, he is really the missing link. He was a professor for Greek psychology at Oxford University, and then he dropped out because he couldn't really find a way how to teach was what he was about to teach. And when I started to apply his work in my workshops and in my seminars, which was basically bringing the people back to their senses and realize that their senses are really divine. I really understood that we can look into Buddhism or Hinduism or Sufism or all these old traditions, and they are really valuable, but we have to understand what are the psychological and spiritual roots of the Western society. So he was teaching me these kind of practices, which in the Greek philosophy are called incubation. So it's not about, it's not so much about meditating, it's more about incubating. And when you look at that from a neurological point of view, it's really the corpus callosum, is that part of the brain which is bridging the left side and the right brain. And if you are familiar with the work of Ian McGilchrist, the master and the emissary, who, this great English researcher, you understand that the Western world is crazy. Why? Because it's only left brain oriented. And we assume that just through understanding, we change personality, we change the culture, we change the people, we change the society. And we don't. Because without the integration of the body, of the senses, and of the one who is aware of the senses, because we are not the senses, but we have to go inside, we're using the senses. So once you become aware of the one who's using the senses, then really a shift can happen. And once you become aware of the crucial role of the body in processes of transformation, you understand that people only change on a being level, but not on a mental level, not even on an emotional level, but on the level of really going to the core of their being. And when I started to apply these kind of techniques in my workshops and, in many companies, I realized that the resonance of the people and the willingness really to change was kind of accelerated. And so from my point of view, that is really the thing we have to understand, that we have to integrate the senses and we have to integrate the body. Because we have an understanding of the body, like a toolbox or so. Like, we're using kind of gene manipulation, which from my point of view is absolutely madness, because the genes are really sacred. We are not supposed to change the genes. And all this vaccination is kind of putting a parasite into the system of the people, which from my point of view is very dangerous, Mm-hmm. And when I speak to my friends, most of them are healers, we're really thinking about how we can reverse this process so that the people really come kind of back into their natural genius, and genius comes from their genes. So in each of us, there's a genius, and we have to unlock that genius. And that is the most important thing we have to do.
Yeah, so within half an hour now, we've come from the systematic approach down to neuroscience and our genes. And maybe that poses a little image of why embracing conscious business on a broader level is really a different challenge that we're facing here as humanity, rather than learning a different sales approach or something. So let's open up another facet here, because I want to ask Larry, actually, who works a lot with the younger population in universities. What is it that you see when you speak about empowering individuals in our pre-conversations here as a pathway? What do you see works with a younger generation, and how can you lead people through this door of individual empowerment? What has you seen working?
Thanks for that question, Peter. One of the things that we're doing in academia is trying to get the message across and the basic fundamentals about business purpose, and the organizational principle of the business. We're really trying to put the focus on why there's such a great demand and a dominant consciousness for market value, and market value over all other values such as social value or ecological value. So to include that, we're talking now more, instead of business as a transaction and about profit maximization, which has been at the core of business since the dawn of the industrial age, but we're now talking about less about transaction and more about transformation. And just to give you a difference in how the two trajectories are, when you think about transactions, it's usually a linear type of mechanism going from one place to the next. But when it comes to transformation and creating businesses and organizations that are not only transformational to the inner person, which we've all agreed is a pertinent part of this process, but also how it expresses itself out to the environment to show the transformation to the environment itself. So what I mean by that is, in order to make the transformation and the shift that we're looking for, this mindset shift of consciousness to be more than just market value in business, to be inclusive of certain principles like the interconnectedness and caring and looking at the picture as a whole or society as a whole. You're talking about a transformational process that is about power. As you said, empowerment. Now, the difference between power and what we're traditionally been taught in our educational systems about institutional forces and institutional logics. Forces imply that you transcend or you move a trajectory or a way of thinking from one person to the next. So that takes some sort of coercion, some type of force to move that. And what we've seen over the last few hundred years is this whole clashing and forcing, so to speak, of different socially mobilized organizations, whether we're talking about a social movement from a community, or you're talking about businesses fighting it out and competing against one another in an industry. So we have all these forces fighting with each other, and we don't have the time to really take that step back and grow the awareness of self. And so in order for us to do that, we teach about empowerment and power. When you try to transform with power, it resonates in exponentially, meaning you can add as many forces as possible. But if the person is resistant to whatever you're valuing and trying to transfer to them, it will not accept. We'll still be in this world where we're still separated and working amongst the eyes. But when you think about power, power resonates, power expands. So when you empower a person, you actually put something, transfer inside them so it can grow and amplify and express out into the universe, into the environment. And that's what we're trying to teach.
Yeah, that's a wonderful image that I want to take and move forward with. We have this, I'm just seeing this field in front of us right here with the organizational thing, the individual thing, empowerment. What are the obstacles that are standing in our way? I want to push the ball back to you, Ralph. The bridge that we would like to build here, and the question that I'm going to ask around that is, if we need to change on an individual level, if there are these forces that are hitting us every day, whether it's fear, whether it's disempowerment, those kind of things, and yet we'll take it into an organizational context with all the dynamics that are going on in terms of, I need to stay in my power, I need to stay in my position, I need to meet the sales targets. How can we bridge this divide and effectively work with individuals? What really have you seen work well?
What I've seen work well is really an openness for collective intelligence. Is that the complexity out there has a very high degree, and linear thinking is not really coping with the complexity. And the people open up when they understand that all the different views, the people have, can help them to broaden their own perspective, and that there's a mutual support, although the whole system normally is built on competition. So the Trojan horse, if you so want, is that once, I have a process which is called intervision. And once I go with people through that process, they open up because they understand that they only see a part of reality, and that they need the collective intelligence and the mutual support to really cope with the complexity.
So do you need the support of the CEO for that, or is that something that any team that can do the most?
No, actually, any team can do that. But when I go using tools like the Strengths Finder, and I work, with the management team, they understand that we judge people according to our own strengths profile, and that I cannot really see the strengths of the other person. And then I make them aware that, there's a survey which had been done by Kienbaum, I think in the 80s, about the impact on profitability with 27 criteria. And one of the main criteria where you can boost the profit and the return on investment by 3.5 times is collective intelligence. Mm-hmm. And that is based on the awareness that I only see a part of reality, mm-hmm. and that I cannot really see the whole picture. And once they do understand, even in management, that each strength is really great, but if we combine all the strengths, and then we have a chance to really cope with the future and understand that maybe there is stuff we don't even see because we don't have the strength really to understand what's going on.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Marcel, you're working a lot as the business Buddha with a lot of entrepreneurs these days. What have you seen work?
Yeah, I would follow on what Ralph said, this collective intelligence, because I think transformation, as we heard also from Larry, this force, I think it cannot be forced. So it has to come from each individual. It's same like when you talk ethics, how can you be ethical if as an organization, if as an individual, you don't understand the concept of karma or other stuff. I would say, what I also have in common with Ralph, we like to simplify things. We overcomplicate a lot of things. We want to get ultimately happy. I think all beings on this planet, and we are so busy always in making other people happy, living in this out reality. I think what worked for my people or the entrepreneurs I have been a great pleasure to work with is like that you get really clear on what you want, with who you want to do. As also, I think Ralph said, discover your genius, because all of us have a genius or a gift, I would say. And I also like this living life with all sensation. Usually I say, if you have a 6-cylinder car, why would you just drive it on 1 cylinder? Doesn't make sense. So thought is one of those cylinders. Drive it on 4 or 5. And last but not least, I would also say to listen, to be present, because oftentimes we are in the past, in the future, but never in the now. And there is also where the body comes in, as Ralph said, if we can really tune into our physical being and being present.
Yeah. So again, it comes down to the Oracle of Delphi, it sounds, know thyself. And if we give people the ability to be seen who they truly are, it's a truly life-changing experience. that's oftentimes, unfortunately, not encouraged or not validated or valued by organizations. So my next question to Julia and also to Claudia, maybe you can both share, how can we make it more valued in an organization? What do we need to overcome for this to be part of every organization, that people go through this process, that it's actually valued and maybe even measured inside organizations? Julia, do you want to get us started?
Actually, when Marcel was talking about authenticity, I almost jumped out of my chair, because I think this is one of the pivotal things that organizations do not value and do not need at the moment. They only need part of you, part of your personality, part of your characteristics. And it's not very often that you can bring your whole self to work, to the office. It's just enough if you look at the job descriptions that they throw out there in the world. You need a couple of basic skills, 3, 4, or 5 years of experience here and there, a couple of programming language, etc., and also a proven track record. But who cares if you're good under pressure? How can you prove that? Who cares if you have a good sense of humor? Who cares if you have a sixth sense by which you're able to detect what's really going on around the table? It's not valued in most of the work situations. And I think also authenticity can come forward and can surface only in a setting which we call psychologically safe surroundings, when your vulnerability can show up. And this is something that we are teaching managers, to actually create a team and an environment in which they show their own authenticity through their vulnerability, and they can show up as role models here as well. And also what Ralph was saying about collective intelligence, I think it's remarkable, because interdependence in a psychologically safe environment is one of the main pillars on how a team can grow, and how an individual can feel safe, and how individuals learn from each other. And this openness that Ralph was emphasizing can actually happen on a daily basis. So I think we need to make sure, and this is what I'm doing on a daily basis, I need to make sure that organizations understand that the more you can bring yourself as a whole self and true self to work, the more value you'll be able to create. And that's what really brings success to the individual and also to the company as well.
Claudia, anything you want to add from your side?
Yes, so many thoughts. I mean, like the first one was about organizational culture. When you think about the evolution we're currently in, some years ago, no one spoke about organizational culture. For us, it's like crystal clear right now, but it wasn't a thing. Yeah. Now I'm already like moving into organizational spirit. Yeah. And I see that there's this metamorphosis going on. And I think it's important for the teams that I'm working with, the organizations that I'm consulting, to understand, that one era is like coming to an end while the other one is opening, and we are somehow in this in this space in between, where you have, when you think about transformations, also this kind of imaginal cells, where the caterpillar is dissolved, but the butterfly is still not there yet. So what are we going to do? And thank God there are pioneering organizations, and they are doing this work since many, many years. And only because we didn't hear about them doesn't mean that they do not have anything to teach for us. So for me, this picture of moving from organizations as machines, in this mechanistic, Newtonian, soulless way of looking at organizations, cutting people into the boxes, job descriptions, like everything else that is not part of this, is not of value, as you just said. So these kind of things. To organizations as living, not even living systems, but living beings, organisms, and the moment that when I work with teams and organizations, when they understand that this kind of gut feeling that they have, that something is off, and they can't explain it to themselves because, hey, this is business as usual. This is just business, When they understand that we are currently in a period of moving forward, and it's not just about empowering, it's about 100% powerful team members. I'm not interested in employees. I want them to be team members, colleagues, mates, whatsoever. So you see there's also a transformation in language happening. So the moment they understand that this is what is going on, they also understand that many sicknesses that came from their work can actually be healed by seeing organizations as living beings and being totally different. And I think this is like something that is important to keep in mind if you're a coach, a board member, or a company founder. We thought we could control organizations, and control is an illusion, So we need to work in a different way so that we and our teams and organizations are fit for the future, fit for the human beings in them, and fit for the spirit that we are all actually deep down in the bottom of our heart are yearning for. That's how I see it.
Yeah, we're coming to the evolutionary process that we're under, it seems. It's not something that we're steering, and maybe some of us have an idea about conscious business. We're bringing it into the world. When we work with organizations, what we found a lot, and this is represented by this panel here, we've all left our work at some point in time, right? Most of us, at least. And we see that in organizations as well. If we just work with an individual, oftentimes they want to leave the organization, and it's not sustainable. So my question to you, Larry, and then to all of you, is there something that we maybe not need to accelerate or need to accelerate? How can we create the need? Because right now it's still not, we have to attract our people, we have to attract talents. That's a need in organizations because they start seeing it, but they don't see it from a perspective in most cases, that we really need to shift consciousness and shift this. They don't understand in many cases, and by they I mean many of the corporate leaders out there, the depth and the profoundness of this shift that's in front of us, maybe even this evolutionary shift. So how can we bring the shift more to a must-have instead of a nice-to-have? And Larry, let me start with you.
Sure. First, I just wanted to address and let Dr. Claudia know that just yesterday, I was teaching about organizational culture to the students, to the undergrads. So we are incorporating it now, although I have to admit, when I was going through B school, it was only surface, but we're having deep conversations about it now. So all I have to say is watch out for the new entrants that are coming, because they're already coming with the new consciousness already. And that's going to be a part of this transformation. But on the other side, with the existing organization and leadership, what we found so far on the leadership project that I've been working on for the last few years, there's this new trend of trying to get leaders and managers to adopt some kind of meditative or direct intuitive practice within their everyday life. What I mean by that is we're having leaders do everything from creating a meditation system on a daily or hourly basis, however they feel, to incorporate this mindfulness practice within themselves and to spread it out to within the organization. But also we're starting to see some of the impact that has on not only my life, because I've been trying and practicing this, but also with the leaders that are a part of our research and study, where now they're expressing the views that they used to have about business, organization, and purpose and decision making. And now it's become a lot more improved. Not saying that it's 180% change, but now we're seeing leaders are becoming more and more aware of what we mean by consciousness, not just the simple form of, hey, yeah, I know about this, but just the basic understanding of making yourself awareness of scanning the environment and being just aware of and caring about the whole, instead of just this individualism. And it's just that simple task of enjoying or incorporating meditation. You can also try Qigong practice, which I've tried, listening to solfeggio tunes that are linked to different frequencies of the souls and the chakra. But any type of direct intuitive process that puts you in contact with the greater environment and incorporating those practices, this tends to show some type of some evidence of some improvement and some building of conscious business.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So let's get to these practical examples, because it seems like we're on an evolutionary road here and we're all midwives, whether it's you as listeners or us on the panel here. So to make it practical in closing and really to provide you as listeners with some concrete ideas, if there was one thing you'd recommend to do for leaders or for individuals that are listening, or for organizations to get started in conscious business, maybe also something that you found most impactful for yourself, what would you suggest to them? What's the one thing that you would leave them with? Claudia, do you want to start?
Yes, I was just thinking, I just got the pictures back of teams that I'm working with, and for me, I would suggest, instead of doing things the way you always did it, like to start with a little change, and to end up somewhere totally different. So what could this be? Even something that mundane as your team meetings, yeah? Changing, most of the people I know, they are sick and tired of the team meetings. So when you think about changing this, imagine you would start your team meetings with a moment of silence, yeah? Or you could also start with a check-in where everyone is like speaking and sharing something. So everyone has spoken even before the meeting starts or while the meeting starts. You could have the rule that someone else is facilitating the meeting and you have a rotating facilitation. So every one of the colleagues has the chance to facilitate once, while leaders never facilitate because they are anyway speaking a lot, so it's like they're mixing facilitation and input. So, and then also having a check out or working groups and meetings. So just doing one thing differently in a self-managed, in a more authentic, a more soulful way, strength-based, solution-oriented. I think once you do this, you want to have more.
Yeah, thank you. The 1% theory, which is fantastic. If you look at David Balesforth's work with a British racing team. Huh? Ralph, what's your suggestion?
Yeah, my suggestion is, what I always suggest is that the people bring their awareness into their hands and their feet. Because hands and feet, in German you say, if something has hands and feet, it's real. If it doesn't have Hand und Fuß, it's not real. So I found that bringing people into an awareness of the sensation in their hands and their feet anchors them into the wisdom, in the somatic wisdom of their body, and it activates the right side of the brain. Because your sensation is processed in the right side of the brain, which is called the insulae. And then when the Sufis say there is the power of divided attention. So the people always ask, I have these boring meetings, what the heck can I do? And I say, just bring your awareness into your hands and your feet. Because they have a density of nerve cells, which is really fantastic. And you just allow with your awareness to relax your hands, you feel the sensation around the hands and around the feet, and you are in deep meditation instantly within a couple of minutes. And you sit there like a Buddha and you radiate that tranquility and openness and silence, and you are a peaceful being. So that's a practical advice. And I learned that many, many years ago from one of my spiritual teachers who said, it is the power of divided attention. Instead of commenting and going always to the left side of the brain and, why did he see this and why that and what do you think he is? And you just calm your mind, you go into the sensation of your body, of your hands, and you are in deep meditation while you're sitting there. And I always say, when you do that for a couple of time, you're always on vacation because you're in the soup, you're in the energy body, and there is ecstasy and there is fulfillment. And regardless of where you are and what you do, you don't have to be at the beach. You don't have to be on vacation because you have an awareness of, and you also have the possibility to hack the right side of your brain and just expand your awareness around the confines of your body. And then you develop, if you do that a long time, then, I call that cloud consciousness. You become aware of everything what is happening in the whole space around you. And then also you don't communicate anymore out of memory, a left brain, but you communicate out of the appropriateness of the whole situation, of the oneness of the whole space in which you are.
Very powerful little practice. Thank you. Thank you, Ralph.
You're
Larry, you already alluded to some, but what's your nugget?
Yeah, my little nugget, if I can just give one, it'll be start the word presence within yourself. Are you present? Then a second step in that, I would add, ask yourself, do I love market value over social value, over ecological value? Ask yourself that. Just have a conversation with yourself and then ask why. And then when you go from there, you'll start to think about and you become more conscious and aware of some of the internal things that are going on within yourself. And that will be the first step that'll lead you to more to an interest. What is conscious business? What am I doing? And where should I go?
The question will reveal a new pathway, right? Julia, thank you. Thanks.
Well, I guess it's kind of counterintuitive coming from me, but actually I think managers and leaders should be aware that people are their competitive edge and not technology. We shouldn't look at people as resources, as human resources that should be used or abused in some cases, but they are actually our most valuable asset. So I think one of the most authentic moments in your mornings is when you get up and you're sitting on the side of your bed and you take the big first breath. And I think when you draw that breath, I think this is when you're most authentic and this is how you start your day. So I would urge actually all the managers to take their people back and build that connection that HR and the processes has taken away from them, and actually connect to their colleagues as human to human, because that is going to give such a value to their everyday interaction that I think is going to bring it to the next level.
Marcel.
Yeah, I would finish with healing our children or inner child, because it's never too late to get back to as we used to be as a child. And I would say that is also what we heard, for example, from Julia, being curious or being open, being present from Larry. So going back to our children, to our inner child. And I think it's also beautiful. It has some side effects, because the coming years or decades, what will be essential is kind of our adaptability quotient, how adaptable we will be. So it's not IQ or EQ anymore, it's AQ, how adaptable we are on an ever-changing world. And I would say, as children on playground Earth, we are very adaptable. So I think that also gives you not only healing the past, but also giving you the superpower for the future.
Wonderful. I want to thank you all. It's clear that this can become a much, much longer conversation. We just scratched the surface here. So we want to give you a few resources that are included in the information section. Please don't hesitate to reach out to each of the panelists if you have any questions. We believe it's really time to pull our efforts together in this world and not to work as individual little lights, but to come together, build a larger fire here, to create a powerful first force in the world and to support each other on our common path. So with that, my deepest gratitude for you as listeners and also for the panelists, and want to lead it over to Deborah.
Thank you so much, for this deeply enriching discussion of conscious business from idea to practice. And warm thanks to all of our presenters from around the world, to Marcel Gasser, Julia Furedy, Claudia Gross, Larry Clay, and Ralph Wilms, and of course to moderator Peter Matisse of the Conscious Business Institute for his excellent questions and leadership. We've heard today about some important themes, and I just want to mention a few highlights right now, such as organizational culture, valuing the whole person of team members, discovering each one's genius and understanding how individual success leads to company success. Shifting to values-based business, empowerment from transaction to transformation. Seeking local wisdom and solutions across the globe that are beyond the Western models that are dominant now. Coming back to our physical senses to embody transformational change. Small changes that can help, such as developing direct intuitive practices, rotating leadership, having silence and presence, and being adaptable in an ever-changing world. And finally, we heard today about how we are all part of the evolutionary process of individual change from the inside out, moving to the we consciousness and then to the us, which is so much the theme of the entire Global Oneness Summit that we're a part of today. So thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you to Humanities team for this opportunity. And thank you to every one of you who has joined our program today. Let's all envision the positive contributions that conscious business can make to a world of oneness. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Adam Hall, and welcome. Welcome to our conversation with Paul Hotkin. Paul is an environmentalist, entrepreneur, and best-selling author of 8 books that have been published in 30 languages in more than 50 countries, and they have sold over 2 million copies. He has dedicated his life to igniting impact to reverse global degeneration by inspiring global and local regenerative solutions for everything and everyone. I want to invite everybody just here at the top of our conversation today to please go to regeneration.org to learn more and to get involved in this important movement at this pivotal moment in history. In his new book, Regeneration, Ending the Climate Crisis in One Generation, I would say this is a bold, benevolent, beneficial piece of work and body of work that is full of science and leading edge information and knowledge and wisdom about how we can move forward together. It's for everyone and everything, every living thing, I should say, on earth. It's truly a guide to our collective destiny. I highly recommend it. And in it, Paul states that regeneration means putting life at the center of every action and decision. He further shares that the only effective and timely way to reverse the climate crisis is the regeneration of life in all its manifestations. It's great to be here with you, Paul. Welcome and thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Adam. What a kind and generous and succinct summary of the thesis of regeneration. I'm very grateful to you for inviting me and for understanding it pretty much exactly the way I do. Thank you.
You bet. You bet. Well, without any further ado, let's dive in and see where we want to go today. But there's a few things I'd love to touch bases with you today, and with the emphasis being on regeneration, not necessarily the degeneration piece, but we will create context here and there if it's all right with you.
Yes, please.
And I think I don't know what you think, but I think we all would agree, at least those of us who are paying attention, that our planet and ourselves are undergoing really major biological, ecological, psychological changes. And seemingly everything is up for degeneration and regeneration. I think that's the most important piece of this puzzle, if there is one. So, and our scientists, as you know, Paul, because your body of work here is full of steeped in science, with the top ecological environmental scientist on the planet, and they referenced that we are entered into this period of punctuated evolution, where that rate of change is happening in very short order. And the World Wildlife Foundation recently came out that we've lost 68% of our biodiversity. And some now are even saying that we've entered into this sixth mass extinction. And I'd love to hear from you. Do you think that actually the inverse is true? That we can regenerate at the same rate, maybe as our biodiversity degenerates? And if we can, how can we do that?
Well, I mean, you've set the dynamic up really well. I don't think most people understand that our economic, cultural, political institutions are degenerative, because generally speaking, that's not an intention. Nobody wakes up and says, I want to degenerate the world. But the fact is that every aspect of our economy, every product we buy, every service we receive, everything that we produce, everything we advertise, everything that's probably in your house, and maybe not your house, but I mean most people's homes, is actually, if you pull a string on the flour bag or follow the breadcrumb trail back to the supply chain, you will find that we are taking life itself. We are destroying life, harming life, taking life, whether it's our soil, whether it's our pollinators, whether it's our water, our rivers, our oceans, our forests, our grasslands, and of course, the outcome of that is a loss of speciation and, loss of biodiversity. And what's happening right now, Adam, I think, is that we have a very good view of where that degenerative, road takes us, which not very far. In other words, we can't go very far down that road. I mean, that's what the headlines are screaming at us, whether it's ocean acidification or, as you mentioned, the loss of biodiversity, but the climate weirding, really, which is long predicted, which is highly disruptive climatic patterns of drought, too much rain, winds are increasing, hurricanes, cyclonic disturbances, the melting of the Arctic, all these things and more, actually bespeak of a world that's actually coming apart and redoing itself. And that is having a huge impact on civilization and our capacity to do what we've done in the past. And so for me, regeneration is really about saying, okay, do we want to continue to go down that road or not? And I think not. if you understand it. If you don't understand it, good time to listen up and figure it out for yourself, and to do a 180. And a 180 means let's move to regeneration towards that. What does that mean? And you gave the definition that's in the first sentence of the book, which is to put life at the center of every act and decision. It's like, what does this do to life? My life, for sure, but not just your life. My family, my environment, my food, the food system from which I draw nutrition or don't in many cases. And so this question really is binary. And either we're improving life on Earth or we're taking it away. And the interesting thing about life itself is it is innately regenerative, or we wouldn't be here. And our body is innately regenerative. Every one of our 30 trillion cells is regenerating every nanosecond, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. And just emotionally, culturally, intellectually, emotionally, we are regenerative beings to each other, to our family, to our children, to our relatives, to our community, to our neighbors, our church, our synagogue, our temple. We are those creatures. And somehow we have been lulled into an amazing amount of I would say, ignorance, about getting what we want and not paying attention to what it does, to others, to other people, to other places, to other creatures, and so I think this is a pretty exciting time. I think this is an inflection point. And I think what happened in the last few weeks when the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released their 6th assessment, 8 years in the making, and it was interesting because it said this is code red. It was the first time that this was signed on unanimously by every country in the world that is part of the UN framework on climate change. And it came out at a time when the Northern Hemisphere was on fire. So Siberia, right? Greece, Spain, Canada, US, California especially, Oregon, Washington. And in many cases, these were fires that couldn't be put out. I mean, they just can't be put out. They're not controllable by human beings. And so, and then you had Hurricane Ida and, other things, of course, this year. But the point being is that they came out at the same time. And I think we may have reached, maybe not, I don't know, an inflection point where climate, global warming has changed from being a concept for people. I heard about it, I read about it, I care about it, but I don't do anything about it, whatever, to experiential. And once it becomes experiential, then we can expect that people will act.
Absolutely. Underline that one. People will act based on the experience that they're starting to feel and see within their own, neighborhood, their own home and their own community and family. And of course that feels all perhaps very daunting. And, a lot of people speak of hope, Paul, and we're hopeful of this and hopeful of that. What we're finding, I think many people are realizing this code red and this, the data and things are certainly very and seemingly very daunting in their own way, because they are. And one of the things that I love about regeneration is it's not about hope. It's about trusting ourselves and embracing what we can do together right now, which is more, feels to me, inspiring in our own power and our own truth by saying, well, let's hope things change, or climate's over there, and these kind of things. So I'm excited about your book. Well, it's really more than a book, everybody. This is a guide to our future, as I was sharing, and it's a deep, rich resource of materials. So in your book, it really reaffirms this belief. And I'd love to hear your thoughts briefly about this, in that the outcome, let's say, of our climate story has not been written, that we get to decide the outcome and we get to write that new story. Do we not?
Absolutely, and we've waited to the last minute, and which makes the plot even more interesting. It's a classic thriller in that sense. You know, the hero or the heroine is in deep doo-doo, and there's no way out. And we're sort of in that classic, you know, hero's journey, you know, narrative for the whole of the planet. I think the interesting thing, fascinating when you think about it, but the science and the predictions, which have been right on about global warming, have been in the public sphere for 45, 50 years.
Right.
And at this moment, 98 to 99% of humanity is disengaged from doing anything about it. Now, a lot of listeners may say that's not true. You know, I recycle or do this. But even the 40 to 50% of the people in the world who understand that global warming is anthropogenic, caused by human beings and by our activity and by the combustion of fossil fuels, they often think that if they watch a documentary on Netflix about climate change, that they've done something, or that there's their empathy itself is an act, and it's not. And from the planet's point of view, the Earth's point of view, there's no difference between a climate denier and somebody who understands it and does nothing. And most people don't realize they don't do anything. And there's a reason for that too, because early on, you know, the solutions to global warming have been individuated. And by what I mean by that is, like, you have a carbon footprint and this is what you can do, you know, like Uncle Sam sort of pointing at you, this is what you can do. It's like, and you know, it's like recycle and use cold water in your washing machine, and have power strips in your home entertainment center, and use your bicycle, and, you know, eat less meat, and really all good things, no question about it. But unless you have an IQ lower than room temperature, you know that that's not sufficient to the task at hand, you know. And so what happens is we tend to look to government, you know, to the Conference of the Parties, which meets again the 26th time in Glasgow in November, you know, and we tend to look at big, huge, you know, institutional bodies, you know, whether it be corporate or governance or international bodies, and for the answers, and do something and get together, and, you know, whether it's Congress or Parliament or whatever. And we've been disappointed every year for 26 years, you know, since the Conference of the Parties started. The Paris Agreement was signed 5 years ago, and there's not one country that's come close to it, come close to meeting the agreement, and so forth. And that's in the last 5 years. And they don't even have plans to reach the goal of the Paris Agreement. And yet that was applauded, and everybody said, oh my God, the Paris Agreement, isn't that wonderful? It was wonderful. It's just that there's no reason for a country to keep their agreement. There's no incentives, there's no penalties. Nothing happens if you do or don't. And so I think that creates a sense of anxiety and worry and fear and ennui, if you will, just for people, like, oh man, like, I'm doing my little bit, but they're not doing that. And so that's what regeneration is trying to address, and saying, wait a minute, we have polarized it within ourselves. Like, this is, I'm just one person, you know, and what we're saying is, no, you're not. That's not true. That the idea that you are an individual is a delusion. It's there's no such thing as an individual. Our ego wakes up every morning and says, hey, you know, I, and it reinforces that idea that you're separate and distinct. But the fact is that we're all part of complex networks of other creatures and human beings, mostly human beings. And it's our family, our friends, who we work with, our neighbors, our clubs, our churches, our synagogues, temples, our companies, our cities, our villages, our towns, you know, the committees we're on, all this sort of stuff, and more, the bowling league down to, you know, the soccer club, whatever it is. We are part of really complex networks, and we have agency within those networks, and that is who we are. So yes, things start as maybe one person speaking, saying, doing, acting, for sure. But the thing we know is that beliefs do not change action. If that was true, there'd be a whole world acting with respect to global warming. What changes beliefs is action itself. And so regeneration is very, very much about connection and action.
Well, thank you for that, Paul. As a matter of fact, you mentioned the word agency. You have a wonderful piece on agency in regeneration, and I think that really speaks volumes to the engagement piece and things that we want to engage in terms of our that we all are here to contribute to this together, not in an individual way, but in a unified way. And that's one of the great inspiring things about regeneration is it does create that invitation. And you reminded me some years ago when the recycling became the thing, and I'll never forget. I'll take 2 recycling bins, and then not long after that, I go, well, wait a second, I shouldn't be even filling one. So I do have one. I got rid of the other one, but I still have one just in case. Don't even get to that point. But anyway, that's another story. And and obviously these are incredible times, and all the data that we've been talking about and things that's stirring within us, and the invitation that you're putting forth, the reverence for all of life and everything and everyone is such a powerful one. And in many ways, it reminds me of this golden wisdom, Paul, of the master martial artist. And maybe this is also wisdom from the Mother Earth in her own way that says that if you can anticipate, you can adapt. And if you can adapt, you can avoid. And if you can avoid, you can survive. And by the way, if we can adapt, we can avoid, and we can, it's just more than survival. It's not about sustainability or survival, but if we can do that, then we can regenerate all of life like Mother Nature does, right?
Yeah, I mean, there is a piece in the book called Wilding by Isabella Tree.
Oh, great chapter, by the way.
I
love your Wilding piece.
Yeah, and Isabella and her husband, Charlie Burrell, Charlie inherited this sort of family estate that goes back centuries and centuries. And it's the 3,500 acre farm in Sussex in England. And it was losing money. It was a farm, there it is. Yeah. And they use modern agricultural methods and new equipment and better inputs and so forth to try to turn the farm around, and they just lost even more money than it was losing before. And they met a interesting ecologist, Frans de Vera from Holland, who had done a lot of research on what Europe was prior to its basically population explosion, going back. And that it was all forested. It was amazing. No, it wasn't all forested actually, but it was a wild, wonderful place, rich in biodiversity and creatures. So what they did is they took out all the fences inside this 3,500 acre farm, ring fenced it, and brought in 3 creatures, Tamworth pigs and I think longhorn cattle, and I forget the name of the type of horse, but anyway, creatures that had used to been, were on the land thousands of years ago. And then they just let it go. They just let it go. Yeah. And it was, in 20 years, it is stunning what has happened to that 3,500 acres. So stunning that people line up and pay to do safaris on the land, to look at all the creatures and the speciation and the changes in the habitat. They have more red listed species on their land than all of the conservation areas in the UK put together. They have the first nesting storks in the UK in 600 years. And what it tells us is, boy, you back off. Nature regenerates and rewilds, itself so quickly. And, you know, we're the problem, not nature. Nature never makes a mistake, right? Ever. We do. And in our relationship to it. And it's such a beautiful example of what's just there for us if we learn to basically inhabit this earth in a way that produces more life instead of less life.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Paul, I'm curious, maybe you can share with us a little bit about, what inspired you to put life first? I mean, maybe was there something early on in your, when you were younger, or some person or some experience that said, wait a second, hold on, let's put all life first. Let's put us as a humanity first. Maybe you can share a little bit with us around the emergence of this just very profound meme, so to speak, but it's really more than a meme because it's a way of being in our world and in our life, to put life first. What inspired you in that regard?
I mean, I think my response would be a little prosaic, but I mean, as a as a child, I don't think I was thinking about putting life first. I just was more interested in life than everything else. I guess that's putting it first when I think about it. I think it started initially by being outside all the time. I felt safe outside, and I didn't feel safe inside my home. And so I went outside every time I could. And then what I discovered outside is I didn't know anything about what was going on out there, and I did inside. But the creatures, the sounds, the birds, the berries, the leaves, the things that crawled away when you picked up a rock, and all those sort of things were just mysteries to me. What is it? What's its name? What does it do? Can you eat this? All that sort of stuff. And so I developed a kind of curiosity that is, very young. And the second thing, for whatever reason, it happened right into my adult years, is I kept running into injured birds, and so nursing them back to life. And my mother taught me that, God bless her. And bringing things back to life, and then actually letting them go. That is releasing them, not releasing them, but they're no longer needful of care. I think that those two things made a really big impression on me. And then one other time, my parents had divorced, and I was living with an aunt and uncle, and I felt so, I don't know, whatever, abandoned. And I was living down the street from a woman who grew African violets. She was much, much older. She was in her 80s or something. And I was a lad, I was 11 or 10. And she gave me cuttings and pots, and I started to grow these African violets, in the windowsill and so forth, and water them and take care of them. One day somebody gave me a little package of pink pellets. These are fertilizers, and you put them on the plants, and plants do really well. And I put it on my plants, and the next morning they were all dead. And it was like, my heart was broken, but it created a kind of distrust about chemicals and, Miracle Grow and whatever, these things that we use to manipulate nature, to bypass, normal cycles of fertility and well-being. And I didn't think of it at that time, but looking back at it, I realized, I was like, wait a minute. And so it wasn't surprising that, when I was 20 years old, I created Erewhon, which is, a natural organic food store in Boston and then Los Angeles. And,
fabulous.
I went right into, creating natural foods. But I think it has its origins in, I should say, it's rather prosaic. There's nothing dramatic about all that, but those impressions you get in childhood are oftentimes very, very, they're powerful, they're very powerful.
Yes. Well, thank you for sharing that. And what a blessing, Mom, and that connection with nature.
Yeah.
And so many of us today, as you know, in particular, our children have that NDD, nature deficit disorder. And you write in Regeneration, our planet and youth are telling us the same story. Vital connections have been severed between human beings and nature, within nature itself and between people. This disconnection is the origin of the climate crisis. It's at the very root. And this is key, folks, we can discover solutions and actions that engage all people. And you go on to say later that if we want to get the attention of humanity, humanity needs to feel it is getting attention. Can you share a little bit more with us about this root disconnection and how we can become more engaged and more connected with each other and our planet?
Absolutely. I mean, I say the root cause of global warming is disconnection and from each other, obviously, which is very evident. And we talked about nature and NDD and nature deficit disorder and that separation, but also we've fragmented habitat, we've poisoned it, we've burned it, we've degraded, we've acidified the oceans and so on. So we're taking our intact ecosystems and fragmenting them. And so there is, I think, a basic misunderstanding about climate is somehow it's all about combustion of fossil fuels primarily, and that if we can stop that and change that and go to renewables, that we really will get a hall pass to the 22nd century. And we absolutely have to do that. There's no question about it. I don't argue the first part of it, but the hall pass doesn't make sense. Because basically we have an economic system that's degenerative, that's destroying life on Earth. It can do it with renewable energy just as well with non-renewable. You can have a renewably powered electric chainsaw that deforests the Amazon. And so we're not really looking at the Earth as a system. We're looking at our sort of narrow point of view. We want things to stay pretty much as they are and to grow and make more money and have bigger homes and have cars and electric vehicles. So I'll have Tesla instead of a Chevrolet, blah, 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 blah. And that's just not the case. That's not true, And so I feel like what we're missing is that, and it goes back to this earlier comment about disengagement, is that, most people on Earth cannot get engaged around solutions from a conceptual point of view. And the reason for that is that they don't face future existential threats at all. They faced current existential threat every single morning they wake up. And 4.5 billion people in the world are in poverty. And they worry about food and food security. They worry about safety. They worry about warmth and clothing and healthcare and education and affording the uniforms and books that children need to get to school, and what's going to happen if they go to school, will they be safe? And I mean, it goes on and on and on. We are, as privileged people, we're so distant and unaware of that. And so one of the things we have to understand is that if you look at poverty, if you want to understand why there is poverty, just go upstream and find out who's benefiting. And then you'll understand why there are poor people. And that is a profound what's the word, dysfunction in our civilization, that we have. We've created poverty. We benefit, we being the privileged, the rich, the wealthy, the corporates, etc. And we look this way from it, and say, oh, we're going to send them shiploads of, GMO soy and corn, in bags, and then have photo ops with entertainers showing us how we're feeding the hungry. It's just so not what people who are impoverished want. They do not want us to fix their poverty, whoever us is. They want to fix it themselves. And when you go and look at the solutions, and what I want to emphasize here, Adam, is that the book is like a neurotransmitter, and there's 8 pages at the end called Action and Connection. To mix my metaphors, that's a wormhole that goes to the website. The website is what it's about. And it has a section called Nexus. It's the world's most complete listing and a network of climate solutions and how to do it. where you are on all levels of agency, how to educate, how to connect, how to support, how to influence governments and corporate leaders and so forth. And if we look at these 120, 30 solutions, right, and techniques and practices, and we imagine that we have no idea of what's causing extreme weather, that a climatologist was not alive, nor was the science of climatology, and that we're just going along, we would want to do every single one of these solutions because they have such cascading benefits for all of humankind, especially for those who are lacking in the basic needs of being a human being. And so we don't need to use fear and threat and shame and blame as a basis for action. We should be very, very aware of the science and what it's telling us. The science is extraordinary, impeccable. But the reason for doing this are far greater than saving our butts, so to speak, you know. That's not what it's about. It's about creating a world that basically is generous, that's kind and compassionate to ourselves, to others, and to everybody else who lives here, every other creature, and so forth. That's regeneration. And when we bring the world, you know, we regenerate the world, when we bring it back to life, we bring ourselves back to life. And the fact is that the main cause of depression is a lack of purpose. And that's what people feel. What's my purpose? The world's crazy. It's not, doesn't make sense. My job is meaningless. I don't get paid enough. You know, the way politicians are acting is insane, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You go, I don't have a purpose, and I don't have any leverage. I don't have any, you know, sense of empowerment, you know. And what regenerating the earth does is provide a sense of purpose, and for the poor, a sense of meaning and dignity that they richly deserve in their lives.
Well, amen, amen to that, for everyone to attune to meaning and deep purpose, and to, it's certainly time to move beyond that disconnection, that NDD we spoke about, and to embrace all the things really that you're bringing forth again. And just a reminder for all those wanting to look into these solutions and action-oriented things, go to regeneration.org, please. And it's something that can, well, ignite your impact in the world. I think that's the whole idea. And I want to talk just a moment, a little bit about consciousness in relationship to ecology, not simply our own biology and psychology, but just into our interconnectivity to take action, to move into a place where we, you know, every one of us is really called here. Every one of us has a role to play here. Mm-hmm. And you speak so beautifully to reverse global warming. We need to reverse global degeneration. And when I read that, it reminded me, I just published a book myself, The Divine Genius, the Unlearning Curve. And it was really, I wrote it because it was about unlearning the habitual ways of thinking and acting that no longer serves me in my, you know, journey, my purpose, my mission, whatever we thought. And of course, I offer ways for all of us to move beyond some of these habitual ways of thinking and acting. And that came on the heels of another book I wrote called The Earth Keeper, Undeveloping the Future. And there I shared a little bit about my need, this incessant need to win or lose, that dog eat dog kind of world. I was the earth conqueror. And it was like, you know, the epiphany came, well, wait a second, I want to keep the earth. I realized that as the earth goes, so do we. As we go, so goes the earth.
Right.
And of course, the most profound thing that emerged there, Paul, was that, you know, deep down, although I wasn't particularly conscious of it at the moment, was, am I going to be degenerating? Am I degenerating, or am I going to regenerate my life? And it was uniquely personal. I think you've said that beautifully today, that this is now experiential and becoming very personal, but let's not wait around anymore. This is the moment to take action and not wait till it's sitting on our front door or something like that. What role do you see that consciousness plays in regeneration? Do you think we need to unlearn or relearn or something? Or do you think we can just embrace this regenerative nature? In other words, are we immune from degeneration, as you so beautifully positioned several years ago? Kind of interesting that that's popping up here today. But what do you think about consciousness in terms of regeneration and really embracing that within ourselves and stepping fully into our own impact?
It's a very good question. I mean, consciousness has been bandied about and studied and, forever. But we do know at least one thing about consciousness, and that is that it's very much formed by our environment and the people around us, the institutions, and in our case, social media, advertising, and this endless predation of each other by buy more, do more, be more, you're not enough, you could be more, envy of others who have more, look better, this is the messaging that's going on in the world. And so it is producing a type of consciousness, it's actually not maybe producing, what it's doing is shrinking and killing, in a sense, consciousness, our innate consciousness. There's one of my board members on regeneration, the project of regeneration, is Jack Kornfield, a Buddhist teacher who I have profound respect for, and his training was in Theravada Buddhism in Thailand, and for years and years and years. And Theravada is the original school of Buddhism. There's different schools, and as he makes the point, Buddhism is not a religion. It's really the science of mind and heart, and that connection. And one of the sort of core teachings or understandings of Theravada is that there is within each of us the one who knows. And which is very different than I know you don't listen up. And so our role as people is to always, I think, practice in whatever way it makes sense to us, in silence and in quiet and in meditation, perhaps, and other practices, whatever you choose, but to not lose touch with that, or to find that, or to rediscover it every day. You can lose it in a day in this world right now. You can just lose it like that, and to always touch back into that. And I feel like that when we talk about regeneration, it's interesting. I mean, we're born, live, and die. You can say, well, our bodies degenerate. Yes, but that life cycle that we and all of life has actually creates the conditions for more life. And then the question is, how do we do that? And if we're not in touch with our core understanding, and the one who knows, and so forth, and the one who knows that she or he is not separate from all the rest of life.
Yes.
I mean, it's experiential, it's not conceptual, it's felt, it's ecstatic. It's not
Amen
harsh.
to that. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And so that's what regeneration is like. To me, it's like throwing its arms open to humanity, saying, I mean, we're getting homeschooled by the earth, it's so gentle. We've been doing it for decades, saying, I mean, if I could, put words to it, saying, how is that working for you down there? It's like, but in there, I mean,
exactly.
Check this out, and wow, look at, the climate is perfect every day. It's perfect as it gets more volatile. It's perfect. It cannot be anything but perfect. It's like I said, we make the mistakes, not nature, and so forth. And so we're being offered. This is. Global warming is an offer to humanity.
It's a gift. It's a beautiful, powerful gift. And
if we pay attention to it, yeah.
Well, that is the proverbial question of the moment, no doubt, of our time, or of our entire the history of the millennia. This is the question. And thank you for that on conscious evolution, Paul. I want to go a little deeper with you. We got a little bit more time today, not too much, but I want to go a little deeper into, well, let's say, regenerative evolution. And in the guide, in the book, you write, regeneration is a radical new approach to climate crisis, one that weaves justice, climate, biodiversity, and human dignity into a seamless tapestry of action, policy, and transformation that can end the climate crisis one generation at a time. And what I want to invite us to do here, Paul, is I want to just have you, I want to share with our listeners today something that I found really extraordinary about the guide, and that was the images, these amazing images that you have. Truly, the picture tells us 1,000 stories. And maybe we just drop into a couple briefly, and you can just comment anything related to them that just may emerge for you. And let's take a look at a couple and see what wants to come up.
Sure.
Let's go with this beauty right here.
Yeah, and this image really is not of the turtle. I mean, it is the turtle, obviously, and so forth, but it's on seagrasses. Yeah. And who thinks about seagrasses? Seagrasses are an amazing plant. Seagrass meadows underneath the water are the oldest continuous living plant systems on Earth. Like they're one huge plant. They have, when we've lost a lot of them all over the Earth, and they obviously in shallow coastal areas and not so deep ones. They are habitat. They buffer waves and hurricane action. They sequester extraordinary amounts of carbon. They're just like any plant, which is they photosynthesize. That is to say, they turn carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, or in this case, the ocean, which is carbonic acid, into sugars, and those sugars go into the roots and the soil and so forth as carbon. So it's one of the things about, I think, the book, people will see things that either they didn't know about or they knew about but took for granted, and really start to appreciate them for what they are. And, like little fish and creatures hide in seagrass, so that they can grow up to be bigger, fry and smelt. So when we start to look at it, seagrass, and we've probably all seen it if we've been on some shallow coastal areas, certainly on the East Coast of the United States, much more than the West. And we just walk on it or see it, or we think it's a bother because we want a smooth, sandy bottom. But in fact, they're an extraordinarily rich habitat.
Well, beautiful. It made me think a little bit about mycelium in the earth and how that spreads. And then this has kind of created a relation for me as it relates to the ocean. And let's do another one. We have a couple minutes. Let's do one more. And I want to really share something that touched me deeply. And here she is, in particular, this little guy right here. Look at this joy right in there. But share with us a little bit about this image and regeneration.
I will. First of all, imaging. I was born a photographer. My first memory is a dark room, and so I have a big respect for photographers and imagery. It goes to a different part of the brain, and then words. And so part of the reason to use the photographs is to illustrate for sure, but also when you turn to a section, open it up and you see an image, the image like this can be so like, whoa, these girls are on it. They're so beautiful that you want to read, as opposed to a book of all text, you go, oh my gosh, it goes on and on. And so it breaks it up in a way that allows it to be taken in. These girls, this photograph is taken by Amy Vitale in Kenya. And these are sisters, by the way, and they're on their way to school. That's great. And you see the joy in their face, and it's about girls' education, and 145 million girls primarily in so-called developing countries, that is countries with less income, are kept out of school because of their fathers, their religion, their culture, or because they are put to work early on to support the family so they can put their brother through school, which is very misogynist and but traditional. And what we know is that when girls are allowed and supported to stay in school to maybe roughly a high school education equivalent, they become a woman much more on their terms, as opposed to the terms dictated to them by a religion, a belief, old customs, and so forth, which marginalize women in many places in the world. And so those women, then the girls becoming women, make very different life choices. They're better educated, they earn more money than those who aren't. They choose to have fewer children and put more resources into those children. Those children, boys or girls, make the same decisions. And it does change the amount of people, that is the rate of reproduction, that is population. But it's not just that so much, is that it changes the village, the community. Women make an enormous contribution to these issues, ecological issues, social issues, climatic issues. And when they're marginalized, we're like, how do we lose a whole gender? We have a global problem. We want everybody on board, you know. And climate science basically was a male area, and basically a lot of the solutions out of that we talk about are very technological male things, and the languages we're going to fight, we're going to combat, we're going to tackle, climate change. It's a battle. All this. What the heck are men talking about? I mean, that is so inane, because we're talking about us, this. It's inseparable. The air, the atmosphere, the biosphere, all this sort of stuff. And there's no way we can tackle, fight, or, combat it. And yet, so creating the conditions in the situation where women can come into the fore, into their beauty as human beings, as their intellect, their heart, bring something to this, to humanity, that has been marginalized, in many, many areas. So education of girls is a profoundly important practice, for humankind.
Well, I was deeply touched by the smiles and the joy, and most importantly, just how spot on regeneration is with this piece, because I'm with you. Women really have the light and the wisdom in so many ways to guide us through the challenges that the old design, the old patriarch, or whatever you want to call it, that got us right here. The women, obviously, and the girls in education is such an imperative for our time. And I don't know about you, but I'm going to take this smile and this joy with me, throughout the rest of my day. I'm definitely going to carry it forward. And all right, well, let's kind of move in a little bit. We're gonna kind of close up our conversation today. And I wanted to just say, hey, this has been so fantastic. We're here with Paul and regeneration. We got so much that we could go into today, Paul, but we covered quite a bit of ground in our own way. And I just felt so inspired by what has come forth from this body of work, and the collaboration that you gathered, the cooperation that you've gathered, the co-creation that you have brought forth here is most certainly something that is being given forward to our future generations. And you write, regeneration creates, builds, and heals. Regeneration is what life has always done. We are life. This is our focus. It includes how we live and what we do everywhere. We have a common interest, and that interest can only be served when we come together. And I want to say amen to that. I think this is a, powerful moment of our time to come together. And I have one final question for you today. If in 20 years from now, Paul, if you were invited to speak at an elementary school, what would you share with the children, our future planetary stewards? What would you like to share with them?
What I would share is stories about the living world, about how mysterious and miraculous and extraordinary it is. I would try, in whatever situation I was in, to create that awareness or a possibility that what's outside the window of the classroom is much more interesting than what's inside the window. And that their devices, if they have them already, whether they're iPads or phones or whatever and so forth, you know, ain't a patch to what is going on outside. And the only way you find that out is to get out there, and you know, and so really it'd be about experiential learning instead of, you know, received learning, and to try to create that sensibility or that or curiosity or possibility that there's something out there greater than what they're getting. Most kids in a classroom are actually bored because of the way we educate them. We're not educating people the way we naturally educate ourselves. And we learn so fast when we're involved with problem solving, doing things, creating things, building things, you know. Children light up, you know, and if there's any time or any period when we need more children outside, you know, restoring stream beds and identifying all the, you know, the reptiles and, you know, that are around them, and the weeds and how things work, and repairing corridors and all that sort of stuff, and how to restore a meadow or anything is now, you know, and that's where our children should be. They'll learn how to read, how to write, they'll learn math, they'll learn calculus, they'll learn algebra, they'll learn all sorts of things that they need to do in order to do that. But the most important thing is to get them out there into the living world.
Absolutely. The magic and the imagination is so alive out in that living world, and the beautiful impact that Mother Nature has on all of us if we're paying attention and listening and seeing from our heart and our imagination. It's just been fabulous to be here with you, Paul. Thank you. Thank you for coming today. We've enjoyed being with you, listening to you, tuning into your passion and purpose and mission and all these things that are happening for us. It's deeply appreciated. And I do want to also thank all our listeners for tuning in. And we really come together today with Paul to celebrate all life, to celebrate the oneness of who we are, the oneness with our planet. And this is our moment. I feel deeply, and I think many of us do, that together we can and we will regenerate.
Thank you so much, Adam. I'm very grateful to be here and to be with your listeners.
Be well, everyone. Blessings. Be safe.
Peace is not a counterculture. Peace allows counter to culture. Peace is a culture, simply a way of being. By asking, we're co-creating. My being cannot be taken away by your being. You're adding, interweaving. Your being cannot be taken away by my being. They're rising, realizing. Their being cannot be taken away by our being. We're rising, self-realizing. Our being cannot be taken away by our being. Peace is achieved the moment we choose to be at peace with the fact that external circumstance is a map, an internal process projected from lack. Wait a minute, step back. How do we have peace when we're under attack? Quite simply, we choose peace. Hold up, what are you saying? This is life or death that you're playing. That's one choice. I choose peace. Peace is a choice, a mental invoice. It represents perception embedded with joy. The senses show us direct message reflection. The mirror image of self, our most holy connection. Would you like to assess your state of peace? Look about and see what you perceive. Here now need not be changed but extended. Contentment with present can be never ended. Incidentally, let's address the mental beliefs, the ones that cloud our ascent to peace. We're sent in peace, not in conflict. Being is guaranteed, no thing can stop it. God is by definition all of ourself. To think that God is separate from us is hell. But hell is but a mental state, a choice that we can recreate. So set it straight, shed the weight, and meditate. Because by asking, we're co-creating. My being cannot be taken away by your being. You're adding, interweaving. Your being cannot be taken away by my being. They're rising, realizing. Their being cannot be taken away by our being. We're rising, self-realizing. Our being cannot be taken away by our being. So let's be in peace. We don't need to wait. We don't need to force external circumstance. We don't need to make demands of change. We simply must be at peace. It's a choice to choose now. Eternally now. Be at peace. Make that choice. Be at peace. And watch your external circumstance unfold.
Hello and welcome everyone. It is a great joy to be with you here today. I have collected an amazing panel of guests to communicate with you about the biofield and how we can heal by animating this space in between us and allow for healing to happen with every human being that is on the surface of the planet. So by joining us here today and by sharing this with others, you are contributing to a stabilization for human consciousness that is very much needed at this time. We are at a time where it isn't almost time for humanity to evolve. We are in the midst of it. We are in the mix and it is occurring, and that is what all this friction feels like, and that is why we are at odds with polarized ideas and questioning everything and wanting to know what we can do ourselves to increase our own vitality. There's never been a better time for us to capitalize on what is happening around the world. And it is a perfect time for us to learn to engage in our true strength. knowing who and what we are truly made of, and how we can manage those energies in a way that will help us not only heal, but reveal our true magnificence as a creative force on the planet. And so I have with me three amazing people today, Lynn McTaggart and Shamini Jain and Eileen McCusick. And as we are gathered here in a conversation that will be casual interaction, it is my hope that you will glean even some of the nuggets that these beautiful, amazing contributors have to offer to us today. So let me just say a little bit about each one of them and allow you to know, if you don't know, who you're keeping company with today. So for more than 20 years, Lynn McTaggart, who is an internationally best-selling and award-winning author and journalist, has been examining the bridge between frontier science and spirituality. That's, of course, why I love her so much. Lynn is mainly known for the quality of her narrative nonfiction and the depths of her research, her inspirational speaking style, and her uncompromising role as a new thought leader and spiritual change agent. Over the years, Lynn has been variously called a metaphysical rock star, and I concur, the Madonna of the quantum world, the Malcolm Gladwell of the new science. So buckle your seatbelt, everyone. Even the Dalai Mama. Let's have that. Okay. So she's consistently voted one of the world's top 100 spiritual leaders for her groundbreaking work with consciousness and the power of thoughts. In order to understand more about the mechanisms behind the healing power of thoughts, Lynn has organized rigorous scientific studies called intention experiments, of which I have participated in and absolutely love. Working with scientists in prestigious universities all around the world, Lynn has particularly been interested in the power of group intention and its mirror effect. We're going to hear a little bit about that today, I hope. Not only transforming the recipients, but reflecting back on the senders. So this is the animating of the space in between that I'm speaking about. So as co-founder and editorial director of the health magazine, What Doctors Don't Tell You, now published in 15 languages worldwide, and Get Well, the International Holistic Health Expo, Lynn is also a timeless campaigner for consumer rights in healthcare. So welcome, Lynn, to our moments in time together today. I'm thrilled to have you.
Thrilled to be here. Thank you, Dr. Sue.
Excellent, excellent. Now I'm going to introduce everyone all at the same time so that we can just plug in conversation. Next, I would like to present to you Dr. Shamini Jain, who I interviewed on another show on Gaia TV and just hit it off with her instantly. And I'm thrilled to bring her forward for you today as well. She's a clinical psychologist and scientist and social entrepreneur. She is the founder and CEO of Consciousness and Healing Initiative, CHI, a collaborative accelerator that forwards the science and practice of healing. She also serves as adjunct faculty on UC San Diego's team. So she also has an amazing thing happening today, which I'm going to tell you about in just a moment. Dr. Jain obtained her bachelor's in neuroscience and behavior from Columbia University and her PhD degree from SDSU-UC San Diego joint doctoral program in clinical psychology with a research focus on psychoimmunology, and her award-winning research has been featured in major news outlets including Time and CNN. So we are definitely joined by another rock star. Dr. Jain is an international keynote speaker and teacher. She integrates her background in clinical psychology and psychoneuroimmunology, my apologies, Jain spiritual wisdom, and the healing arts to teach others how they can best heal themselves and live joyful, fulfilling lives. She teaches and lectures on the science and practice of healing regularly at major retreat centers and conferences and corporations. Her book, this is my big announcement today, Healing Ourselves, Biofield Science and the Future of Health, is available today in booksellers worldwide. Today is the launch day for her book, and we are absolutely thrilled to be participating in the world getting to know this content and this information. So welcome, Dr. Shamini Jain. It's a thrill to have you with us as well.
Dr. Sue, thank you. It's an honor to be here and such a special day to be with all of us together. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, and lastly, and yet not least by any means, Eileen McCusick, She is here as a pioneering researcher. She's a writer, an inventor, a practitioner, educator, and speaker in therapeutic sound vibrational healing, the human biofield, and electric health. She has a master's in integrative education, and she's studied the effects of sound on the human body and its electromagnetic system since 1996. Eileen is the originator of the sound therapy method biofield tuning, and the founder of Biofield Tuning Institute. She has also created a line of tuning forks and tuning fork accessories based on her clinical research. She is the author of award-winning best-selling book, Tuning the Human Biofield, Healing with Vibrational Sound Therapy, and the new Electric Body, Electric Health. I love that. Eileen creates an accessible bridge between what has been considered pseudoscience and what has been considered scientific by clearly illustrating the underlying electrical nature of our bodies and the world around us. Through mastering her electrical health, she embodies high voltage, coherent living that is both tangible and teachable. And so I couldn't get enough of Eileen when she was participating in another event that I was a part of regarding sound healing. And I am thrilled to bring Eileen to you as well today. Eileen, welcome, and it's a blessing to have you, my dear.
Great. Thanks so much, Dr. Sue. It's so great to be here with you and all these lovely other people. I really appreciate it.
It's my great pleasure. So what you might not know about me if you've not met me before, I'm the founder of Mortar Institute for Bioenergetics, where we are bridging science and spirituality and not only human potential, but human purpose. We are grounding that inside of techniques, technologies that are allowing people to learn to manage and move their own energy from a state of consciousness and by use of their breath, et cetera, and many different techniques and modalities that are available as well. So the four of us are here today for you to learn a little bit more about the biofield, what that is, the electromagnetic energy field around the human system, what the role of that plays in our ability to not only heal ourselves and of course address our own immunity, but to even transcend the idea of needing to protect and needing to heal something that is broken or missing or not quite aligned, but to truly step into our true state as creative presences on this planet. We are here to generate the reality that we are looking to live in by tapping our own authenticity and allowing that to come up and surface outwardly in a manner that allows everyone to be served, where no one is compromised because of choices and decisions that an individual makes, and everyone wins. So I want to just dive in with some questions and so that you can start to glean from the expertise of these amazing women in the field. And so we're going to speak a little bit about activating the biofield and to help change, how can we begin to activate this biofield in a manner that it allows us to live more fully and to, of course, heal as a byproduct of doing so. So Lynn, I'd love for you to just start with whatever you'd like to pop into the conversation regarding your research and your understanding that you've cultivated through the eye of wisdom that you bring to the mix.
Well, I guess first thing to understand is that, we swim in this all the time. It's not like we have to go anywhere. We are it. I mean, a lot of people will say things like, well, I want to access the field, or I'm entering the field. Well, you're already in the field. We are part of the field.
Yes.
What we think of as a lot of people, a collection of separate things operating according to fixed laws in time and space, which is the way we were defined by Isaac Newton 300 plus years ago, is now being replaced by a new science, a new view of the world, which says, no, we are all part of a underlying quantum field. And more than that, at our very nethermost level, we are all energy. We're all vibrating packets of energy, trading energy with other vibrating packets of energy. So this little tennis game goes on all the time. So we're in here. And so the real trick of it is to, number one, gain a new understanding of who we really are, And number two, understanding that we have extraordinary gifts that we haven't tapped into that make use of this energy to heal. And that's something all of us, everyone on this panel, has discovered. From my point of view, it's using group intention and the power of intention. And that's how I activate things. And I'll get into more of that later.
Yeah. So it's a beautiful thing when we realize that we are each part of, we are a single point of consciousness in this unified field. So we are the field. We are that, is what you're saying. And so it's no surprise that working with groups of people allows us to leverage more and more of that common ground that each of us is truly made of. And so the empowerment that rises as a byproduct of that is quantum. It's exponential. So thank you so much for carrying that part of a beautiful conversation today. That, so I just want everyone to recognize it's about connection. It's about a unified effort that we come into, common ground, tapping into a common frequency collectively. So Dr. Jane, how about you and what we're saying here? What would you tap in or add to the conversation?
Yeah, well, the question I think was around how do we tap into the biofield? And I studied for many years and still do with Reverend Rosalind Bruyere, who many might know as a pioneer in the healing movement. And Rosalind's always fond of saying the biggest aura wins, right? So for me, when I think about what's the first thing I do when I want to really tap into the biofield, as Lynn says, it's always here, right? But sometimes our minds are here and there, and we're just not tuned in, literally. Well, the biggest aura we could consider the earth. And what's fascinating about this is that when we look at the research in grounding, for example, it's powerful. So when we bioenergetically connect with the earth, which most, if not all, healing practitioners I know do before they begin their own practice, let alone work on someone else, it's a really powerful way to tap right into the biofield, because you're literally recognizing, as you said, Sue, that we're not alone, right? We're not these separate, disconnected beings. We are creatures of Mother Earth. And so when we bioenergetically and consciously bring our awareness to our bodies, all the way down to the feet, and harmonize and connect. I know Eileen describes this as, Eileen, do you describe it as core star or earth star? I'm trying to remember your terminology.
The earth star, but we're more inclined to call it our negative battery terminal these days in electric terminology, as opposed to things like chakras.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So however we describe it, right? Some of us will say get into the root, get down to the feet. What we're doing is we're fostering that bioenergetic connection, with the earth. And so for me, that's step one. And that, there are other steps, as you all well know. But this is something everyone can really relate to. It's not hard to do. It's just sort of part of our goddess given right, as beings on this earth, is to connect with the earth. And there's research behind it, which is really cool too.
Yes, absolutely. So, so far we have a couple of takeaways here. It's about connecting with others and connecting with the earth. And while it seems like such a simple thing, how could it really address the complexities of our life? And it really is how we disassemble the complexities of life and allow it to remain simple in an alpha frequency that allows more space between our thoughts, and it allows us to actually allow this healing presence to rise in the body on a more consistent and continuous basis. So I'm just going to help everyone take some notes while we're going along in our conversation. So Eileen, how can you toss some more of your wisdom into the mix? In addition to, tell us a little bit more about this negative polarity, because that might be a little bit of a trigger for some people of this idea of negative. So speak to us a little bit about the electrical body in relationship to what we're speaking about.
Well, it's interesting because Lynn was talking about how, we're all around it and we're in it. And Shamini was talking about drawing up energy from below. And what came to my mind was about drawing energy in from above. The electrical system of the body, as I've come to see it, is a torus. It's a sphere with a central channel down the middle. And from below our feet, we draw up the ascending current, but it's also negatively charged electricity. So the negative charge because the surface of the earth is negatively charged. And then from slightly above our head, we draw in the positive charge from the sun or from the atmosphere. So if you think about it, a bee and a flower exhibit this sort of positive, negative charge, and the attraction of it. Bee flying around in the atmosphere becomes positively charged. A flower is connected to the ground, it's negatively charged, and so there's this attraction. So the same thing kind of happens inside our human body. We pull in the positive, we pull in the negative, and these spiral around and circulate around the outer boundary of the field. So when we think about drawing in environment from above, energy, I always go to source, because I've come to see that my electric body, my spiritual body are one and the same, and that I'm powered by the same light that powers the sun, or this sort of imagined or sensed great central sun, the source of all light, the source of all life and energy. And so our human body is this beautiful blend of the energies of the earth and the energies of the sun, and the electric relationship between the two. We ground, we bring the sun down to the earth, and we bring the earth up to the sun. So that all happens in our amazing human bodies.
Beautiful. So as we are kind of touching base on the biofield and how the human system inside of the biofield takes on this shape and has polarities to it and is moving energy, we're referencing that think of it like this. There's this giant field, and as we're compressing it into a point of consciousness, it generates movement of the energy. That energy then becomes polarized, and a byproduct of that is that we're having an experience inside of those polar opposites. And so we're here living in a place of duality, and we're trying to master that dualistic disposition into something that is more harmonized. And we know that there are energies of love that contribute to the harmonizing of this polarization. We know that as we are emitting love into the space, it has a grand neutralizing type of effect, generating a presence for us. And so I'd like for us to talk a little bit about, just kind of diving in here and kind of cut to the chase a little on what can people do? What can people do that will allow them to make a contribution to their ability to perceive themselves as this field, as this toric field flow, as this energetic being, this presence on the planet that has free will capacity to move energy based on how we focus our attention and intention. Lynn, as we know, has everything to do with the quality of the energies that we generate. So I'm coming to you next, so just get ready here. I just thought of one other thing that I wanted to mention, and that is the world of epigenetics is teaching us that our cells have little antennas on the surface of them that are receiving energies all the time, messages, if you will, information. And those antennas then are translating that information into the inner workings of our cells. So our cells are then being told what to do based upon information that they're receiving from the outer environment. And so they produce chemistries based upon what the need is, what the perceived need is. And so by gathering in group, by connecting with the earth, by recognizing this energy flow through the system, we're starting to participate in that in a beautiful way of creating the environment where little antennas can pick up on a piece of information that's more harmonized. And therefore will create chemistries that are a reflection of harmony rather than chemistries that are a reflection of danger and upset and fear and worry and anxiety. So Lynn, can you share with us anything that pops into your mind regarding this, as far as, what can people do to help their contribution to the betterment of humanity by doing their own work? Because so often people think, I can't make a difference in the world, it's just me. It's just me, one person in all of this vastness. How can I really make a change? So can you share with us anything you got there?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I'm so glad you mentioned epigenetics, because that has everything to do with this new scientific story about how we can tap into energy. And it starts with understanding us as something very different. We think that we are essentially a batch of chemical signaling. But what we've learned from epigenetics is that, and also we think that, we are essentially a genetic blueprint. that our genes are our destiny. But we now know from epigenetics that a quartet of atoms that sit outside the gene, every gene, are exquisitely sensitive to the environment. And what that means is instead of being built inside out, we're built from outside in. And the food we eat, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the friends we have, the sum total of how we live our lives, that all contributes to the expression of our genes. And what that really means is that we are elastic. We are, as I say, energy systems. And what I found when you talked about, okay, how do we express the biofield? How do we connect this? And what I found as a fast track to the miraculous is the power of groups. I've been experimenting for several decades with group intention because my work, a lot of the research I did, I discovered that thoughts are an actual something with the capacity to change physical matter. So we're talking about energy, not just emanating from the body, but emanating out into the world. And so I started experimenting with this because I thought, well, if that's the case, what happens when lots of people are thinking the same thought, or even a group of 8? And so we put this together, and I started experimenting with big groups of thousands, doing these big intention experiments and having scientists measure them. And we've had extraordinary experiences, everything from trying to make plants grow faster to purifying water to lowering violence. We just did one last Saturday for the 20th anniversary of 9/11, focusing on Afghanistan and healing Afghanistan. And of the 40 we've done, 36 have shown measurable, positive, mostly significant effects. So we found that group intention really has extraordinary power, but also even scaled down in just a group of 8. I've witnessed thousands of healings. I am not a healer. I've never trained as a healer. I have a background as an investigative reporter. And yet the first time I started doing this, I started seeing people healed in an instant. I had a woman get out of her wheelchair a couple of weeks ago. She's number 2. I've had 2 people who were paralyzed get out of their wheelchairs in a 10-minute intention. So that, to me, this power of group intention is something that essentially harnesses this energy and pulls it together. And when we've done scientific studies on what's going on with Power of 8 groups, we found that they have brainwave signatures that are almost identical to Buddhist monks during ecstatic prayer or Sufi masters when they're chanting. And what that is a lowering of all of the parts of the brain that make us feel separate, that make us experience life as separate. Mm-hmm. And an increase in an ecstatic sense of oneness. So that's really what is, I find, a fast track to harnessing this experience of oneness and the biofield. Get yourself a Power of 8 group and send intention to someone with it.
The moment that we begin to connect, the moment that we begin to reach outside of this encasement that starts to happen when we overthink and we underlove. When we overthink, we begin to seal off parts of the biofield system that allows for the sensation of being alone and being isolated. And so as we are, I have similar research that has definitely surfaced over the 20 years that I've been specifically working with bioenergetics in this way of individuals generating their own conscious toric field, that would completely concur with what you're saying, that as we reach outside of self, once we've anchored in the self and we know who we are, which is one of the main things that I'm teaching people to do to ground this energy field for themselves, then we can reach out and connect with other in a way that allows for these active areas of the brain that are story writing, that are projecting, and that are deciding that we're not safe and that we're all alone, these areas of the brain begin to settle. And as they settle, then we're able to soften the mental aspect of the entire biofield. And once softened, it's automatically outreaching and reconnecting with the rest of the truth of who we are. So by your power of 8 circles and group intentions, what gets to happen is people are immediately feeling the ballast and the buoyancy of a collective unified effort that softens their own individual need to find a sense of self and a sense of purpose in the world. So thank you so much for the work that you're bringing forward. Eileen, how about what you would suggest for people to do in a now moment that can initially engage them in starting to animate this biofield and allowing the space in between us to become less of a void and more of a palpable presence that people can have an appreciation for and then be comforted by?
Well, I think just understanding that there's a fourth state of matter called plasma that most of us didn't learn about in school, and that the environment that we're in is actually electromagnetically charged, that there's really no such thing as the vacuum of space. And a lot of the separation people feel comes from our cosmological story and our science. Our science can't reconcile the 4 forces of nature. And our cosmological story is one of an empty vacuum, and sound doesn't travel through space. So we're not just alone as individuals in society feeling isolated and cut off, but our planet is cut off from all other forms of life. Like, we're all alone and nobody can hear us scream because it's all just a void out there. When I learned about plasma and came to see that space is actually electric, alive, connected, that there are strands of electricity that connect everything. It looks like your brain looks like. That the same electricity that's out there is here and it's in the space around me. That this is all electric and alive and flowing. And like you said, packets exchanging energy with other packets. That we don't stop at the skin. That aliveness is everywhere, all in the space in between, and that we energize the space. One of the things I say is that we exist in the space between each other, and that different people bring out different aspects of us when we interact with them. So that when we understand that human relation is actually happening here in this space, there's really no way to be alone or separate, because we're all connected through the same medium of living electricity and ether.
Yes, I liken it sometimes to a giant plate glass window that is tempered glass. And if you put pressure on the glass, it will fracture, but the pieces don't fall apart. They're still there in all these millions of tiny pieces, but they're all still interconnected by what has tempered the glass with the film in between. And so if we can look at the biofield, or this field of consciousness that we are residing in, as that, and we compress and compress and compress to create physical matter, which is a fact of physics. It's a law of physics that physical matter, like our physical tissue, is just compressed energy. So if we were compressing and compressing and compressing, eventually it takes on this appearance that there are, million tiny pieces here called human beings, and to the tune of many millions of tiny pieces. And so that interconnectedness still remains. And if we can just perceive that interconnectedness, just by bringing it to our attention, it allows it to be anchored in our conscious memory and our subconscious memory. And that creates a vibrational environment inside our physicality, which sets up a message for these little antennas on the surface of the cells, that they are then able to constantly and consistently be presenting a vibrational message, if you will, that all is well. We're connected. I'm not alone. We're here. There is unity. There is oneness. And the mind gets to have a better experience of life rather than thinking that it is all alone, having to do this thing called life. So your invitation then, Eileen, is to invite people to realize that there are streams of connectedness and interaction that is happening in the space in between that is constantly supportive to us. And if we'll allow that to be in our awareness, that would be a contribution to the enlivenment of our own biofield and therefore bring health and vitality into our individual systems. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's a good summary.
Okay, excellent. Okay, Dr. Jane, I know we lost you for a moment. You're back again. So glad that you could plug back in. Technology is what it is, right? So not sure how much of the conversation that you were able to connect in. So let me just recap a little bit. Right now, we're diving in a little bit more to having a discussion about, so we understand this biofield is not something that the body emanates and radiates only, that this biofield is something that actually creates the physical body. And so it's a both and, that we are from the outside coming in, and then our intention is emanating an energy from the inside back out. David Bohm referenced an impulse and an outpulse, and the interrelationship between those two generates a pulsation that is actually what we are. We are here as a pulsation of vital force with conscious awareness. And so what we're in conversation about right now, Dr. Jane, is to just share with people any tidbits of information, practices, or any techniques or any ideas that you would share that people could do right away to enhance and start to activate this conscious awareness, enlivening the biofield and the space, meaning the space around the physical body in the invisible anatomy, which I like to reference it, the true self. Anything that you can share into the mix so that we can just give our viewers not only this fantastic information, but things that they can do with it to help make a contribution to consciousness on our planet.
Well, Sue, listening to you and listening to Eileen and listening to Lynn, what really strikes me is when you talk about this expanded consciousness that comes into form, it reminds me of how we describe it in the Vedic and Tantric traditions as consciousness, the formless oneness, the Shiva, which is absolute and needing no form, and the play of Shiva with Shakti, which is the manifest power behind the entire universe. It's what I personally try to call the big B biofield. It is the energy behind all things. And so as you so nicely described, we compress energetically to physical matter. But of course, everything does, right? All of nature, that's part of the interconnection too, is when I look at the stream, when I look at the tree, when I look at the rock, we're all these compressions of consciousness. So we can say compressions, but really we're flavors, right? So, and in Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, we describe these as made up of elements. And we're all made up of elements. We're actually all made up of the same stuff. And so what's so cool about that, when we start exploring, how do I come into harmony? Well, all these ancient traditions, not just the ones I've mentioned, but so many, talk about coming to harmony again, with coming into harmony with our nature and the nature of others. And from a biofield perspective, much of what I like to teach is teaching people, how do I harmonize with the elements in myself and around me, right? To provide that wholeness, to bring me back to that sense of wholeness. It's a very, very deep science, right? And it's also very, very deep practice. But practical things, we talked about going out into nature. Another thing that I love, and I know Eileen and I have had lively discussions around this, is really flowing, right? Flowing with your energy in terms of flowing with your emotions, understanding what things give you emotional charge and not running away from those things that give us emotional charge, but just giving them space so that we can actually flow with our emotions. It's really vital for our health to do that. And when we do that, we begin to dive into the well of our creativity, which for me personally, and I think probably I suspect for all of us, is a great healer, because then we're moving beyond just the emotional waves and those charges of the waves of energy that run through us as conditioned beings on this planet into the elixir that creates life itself. And we can give that expression through us, and it provides us with a sense of joy and connection that is our birthright. So I would say flowing with emotions, noticing the electrical energy, the charge that can come with emotions, and then knowing that those are ripples that move through us at all times. Then we don't feel so reactive and we don't feel so stuck. And in today's times, that's really important because we do have these polarizing forces, right, to kind of push us into duality. And we don't need any more of that. So coming back to harmony can also mean coming to a creative practice. And it can be really simple. It can be cooking a really fabulous meal you never thought of before, or wearing something fun that you wanted to wear, or dancing around the house, or singing a song. These things may seem really simple, and it may even feel like they're not meaningful, but actually the data suggests they are meaningful. Everyday creativity can really significantly uplevel our health, and it's absolutely a biofield-based practice.
So one of the things that you mentioned about emotional states is a very big part of the research that I'm working with, and that my father was working with as a pioneer in energy medicine starting in the 70s. And so I grew up inside of an environment where energy medicine was the only medicine that I have ever had. I've never gone to the doctor and gotten a prescription for an antibiotic and taken it in order to heal from something. And instead, I was taught how to really appreciate how the energy flows through the body and what we can do to enhance that flow. In my own personal research, after having an awakening 20 years ago in consciousness that put me in a multi-dimensional, definitely exalted state of consciousness, I could see in an instant that everything was energy, and certainly including our thoughts and our emotions, that they're just energies. And if we can learn to be with those energies rather than deflect away from them because they're upsetting or unfamiliar or feeling overwhelmed by them, if we can learn to stabilize ourselves and embrace these energies that are cycling through this field, we can not only not create a problem, we can enhance our ability to stay grounded and present in all sorts of circumstances in the future. So it allows us to anchor and expand and anchor and expand, just as we are intended to be. So this is what you're saying, that energies of emotions are something that we can harness and master. And so if we will learn to breathe in the presence of those emotional states, and if we can learn to embrace them and utilize that energy to fuel something rather than us separating ourselves from it, then we can consciously be enhancing the unified frequencies of joy and delight and love and presence, which are amazingly tremendous contributors to the unified field. And you're saying that embracing our emotions is an essential ingredient, and I couldn't agree more. In that, when we embrace the emotions, we become more grounded. We're not afraid of being afraid anymore, because we know we've been afraid before and we could breathe right through it. So now we walk with less fear. We've been angry before. We're not afraid of our anger. So if we can breathe right through the anger, now the anger can contribute. We're not afraid of being angry, so we can be more authentic. We can be more present, etc. So dancing around the house, or cooking a creative meal, certainly also ideas. They're not ones that I'm regularly recommending, but I'm loving that as part of the prescription. Why not? Why not allow joy to be what's filling and flooding our systems, and to know that that's actually making a contribution in this world that matters. Because when one energy field is harmonizing, it has a harmonizing effect on another and another and another. And we have a ripple effect in the world. So many times people are asking the question, how could I alone, a single person, make a difference in the world? I want to help humanity. How can I do that? And this is what we're speaking about. When we stabilize, we make a contribution for the whole of humanity. We
stabilize in our joy, right? Because, and this is all, we're talking about a lot of experience that relates to the second chakra, the sacral chakra. That's a lot of us will describe it that way. It's certainly not the only one involved in emotional processing and creativity, but there is that. So that movement and that diving into creativity allows us not just to express emotions, but actually get to the heart of the creative force itself, right? And the heart of the creative force itself is naturally joy. And when we come to expressing our joy, we've just found our purpose. That's really all it is. The more that we can come into our state of joy and do what really makes us feel alive and makes us feel happy, we automatically bring a charge to our bodies. We bring that flow back to ourselves, right? And as you say, Sue, then we carry that out in the world because it's coming through us.
Beautiful. So I'm going to jump track a little bit here, everyone, and kind of dive into now that we're speaking about the biofield and the space in between us and how we're all connected, and then some things that we can do, like, you know, getting in the Power of 8 circle, learning to work with the emotions that we're just referencing, and also stabilizing ourselves inside this field by realizing that there's an interconnection constantly. How can we take that and apply it to a now moment? You know, I know that inside of my work, I'm teaching people how to anchor in the core of their bodies so that they can transmute these energies and not be afraid of them, but take them and metabolize them and use them to their advantage. And by doing so, we stabilize, we harmonize and expand. And so in the face of all four of us, you know, how can we take what's happening in this now moment on our planet and the amazing uprising of what's happening in human consciousness and the considerations that people are having to make, and what is it that's actually being exercised in this moment when people are in these debates and trying to make decisions and having concerns about health and vitality and who's making right choices and what can we trust and all of the questions that are up. How can we take what we've been discussing and apply it into this now moment so that we can recognize that what is happening on this planet is actually having the potential to serve us in an amazing way? What is it that is uniquely amazing about this time on our planet that we could take a hold of and utilize so that we're not fighting against the circumstances that are occurring, but that we're embracing them and turning it into something that will evolve us as a species, that will awaken us in ways that no other set of circumstances could have? Because it's happening for a reason, everything is. So how can we embrace that reasoning, and how can we align with it instead of remaining in resistance to it, and thereby be empowered by it instead of being kind of taken out of the game when it comes to personal power and healing? Lynn, want to jump in?
Sure. Well, you know, we are all pretty frightened now. You know, all we're hearing is it's the end of something. You know, we think we're hearing it's the end of oil. We're hearing it's the end of food. We're hearing it's, you know, possibly we're in the midst of an epidemic, a pandemic that may kill us. We're saying it's the end of our climate. It's the end of our earth. It's the end of us. And what I think is really ending is essentially a false sense of who we really are. Because through all of this time, we talked about the science of 3 centuries plus ago, which was really Newtonian science, which defined us as I say, individual things operating according to fixed laws in time and space. And that was augmented by the work of Charles Darwin, who basically was very affected by thoughts of population explosion at the time. And so he decided there probably wasn't enough to go around, so life must proceed through struggle. So essentially, you know, although he didn't coin it himself, this whole idea of survival of the fittest, I win, you lose, has been the mantra of Western civilization ever since that time. You know, there isn't enough out there, so you better damn well get there first. So that whole mantra and mindset has really driven everything in our society, everything from our business. I mean, really, Hitler loved Darwin because it justified, you know, the triumph of one race over another. And all of that I win, you lose mentality, we've come to an end of days because we're starting to eat our own children with that kind of mentality. So what we're having to do is rethink from the bottom up, who are we? what is the world like, and how do we live in this now, this new reality? So it's not a new reality, but it's a new perception of reality. And what we're getting is we can't just be I win, you lose. So what I think one of the most important things we have to do now is, even though we're starting to recognize, particularly with things like climate change and the pandemic, that we can't live in this winner take all mentality, but we're more polarized than ever before. And so what I have been working with and practicing with is moving away from, the me generation and the idea of me alone, etc., and moving into altruistic behavior. Now, we've always thought that altruism is just, oh, it's a nice thing to do. But the science shows us that it's not only a nice thing to do, it's the essential thing to do. For your own survival, it's the essential thing to do. And what I'm finding, for instance, with intention, is there is a strange mirror effect that goes on. When you intend for someone else, it comes back to you. The science of altruism, as I say, shows it's like a bulletproof vest. You do things for other people and you live a longer, healthier, happier life. So what I've been practicing and doing in our intention experiments, for instance, is getting people who are polarized and having them do an intention together. And we're finding extraordinary things happen, that they start not being so polarized. They start sending love to each other, connecting together. We just did one last Saturday and we had Muslims and Americans on for 9/11's anniversary. They started sending love to each other. They started apologizing for it on both sides. And I've seen that with Arabs and Israelis and all kinds of polarized people. We now need it. We need to start with that kind of service-oriented approach to the pandemic, because what we're allowing right now is for us to be polarized over an illness. We now have the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, and there is a little war going on between the two. And we have that in so many other areas too, with climate change, et cetera. So our job right now, our duty, our challenge is to move beyond that. And I suggest that one of the ways is service, because that is what allows the heart to leap across the fence.
Absolutely beautiful. I couldn't agree more. The one thing that I could suggest that someone do if they wanted to get sick is to be polarized about something in their life, to be agitated and angry and frustrated and trying to convince somebody of something, and to live in that vibrational frequency is almost antithetical to health. And so here we are polarized about a disease, and the number one way to get a disease is to polarize yourself. So it's quite a cycle. So thank you for that. I had a teacher early on in my openings and my awakenings in life. And in addition to the research that I grew up with in bioenergetics, I had this awakening in meditation. So I became curious about a spiritual experience or a spiritual explanation for what was happening that science was unable to apply or offer me. And so I was finding myself bridging these worlds, and a profound teacher, her name was Ma Jaya Sati Bhagavati, and she was sharing that the number one healer that she knew of was to move into service. That if you were in the depths of any concern, if you were in any kind of depression or any kind of isolation, or feeling like you were losing control or power of your own life, or whatever it might be that people are experiencing today, even, that the number one thing that she would recommend is just get into service, go into service. And so she would have her guru by her entire satsang, the people that would go and learn from her, she would have them in service. And so I began doing the same in my own life, and it certainly plays a role because of how it allows the energy to come in, ground, and reveal in love. she also said that anonymous service was something that we needed to do, that if we could be anonymous inside of the good that we were doing, there was absolutely zero ego in the mix. And if so, the heart vibration was able to infuse more into, she didn't use this language, but to infuse it more into the biofield. And in her language, it allows the soul to express. And so how we're referencing it today is, let us come together, let us ground with Mother Earth, let us allow joy and love in our lives, and allow us to intend for humanity that a higher good be found. And to be a walking, talking example of that is a way that we can make a huge contribution. So thank you for the service idea in this conversation, Lynn. Okay, so Eileen, how would you take these current life circumstances and turn it into something that is serving humanity, serving us on an individual basis, and allowing us to awaken in ways that no other set of circumstances apparently could have?
Well, adversity is actually something that can be good for us. I like the phrase that we're either turning into a diamond or we're turning into dust when we have pressure and adversity on us. That if we stay centered and grounded, connected to source, adversity and pressure can actually bring out our inner superhero. It can bring out our amazing human potential. And you know, adversity is when I work with people and we work with the difficult circumstances that have shaped them, I find the most interesting people, the most resilient people, very often the most compassionate people are the ones who've really suffered greatly, people who've lost children, people who have had a really hard time. That if you can accept the difficulties around you from a centered place and use them to work with you to make you stronger, that we often come out the other side of these kinds of difficulties a far better person, that we've started to step into our own potential and our own greatness. Life is really about contrast. So now we're experiencing division and restriction and this and that, but that will all change. Everything always changes. And so it's important that we have this experience of contrast and difficulty to drive us towards the opposite, towards the resolution of what is going on. So I think and I was just in a conversation a few days ago with some people, and we all expressed that what had happened with COVID had actually played to our advantage in a number of different circumstances. So there's something to be said about the power of limits, the power of restriction, to be able to work with that in a keto flow kind of way to your advantage, knowing that, you know, what doesn't kill you really does make you stronger. And another word that came to mind, and I think this is a really important word, that there's a lot of division, like you said, and contention going on. I like the word mercy. I think that a lot of people who are very firm in their stance and who are warriors kind of want to bludgeon people into their perspective, want to win, want to be right. And I think that this is a beautiful opportunity for people to explore what it means to be merciful and to be truly kind, and to be truly compassionate. It's a real opportunity to explore those possibilities of expression.
Yes, we are certainly living in an exaggeration of times. And so inside of those exaggerated forces, we come to know who we are. We exist in relationship. We exist as a point of relativity inside of this unified field. And so what we find ourselves concluding, what we find ourselves coming to, decisions that we're making, or how we feel about the options in these types of moments in life, is certainly allowing us to come to know self in ways that perhaps people weren't considering 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when you look at the things that are up for us in this amazing time on the planet. So thank you for bringing this idea of, let's work with the polarities. Let's allow it to polish us and to hone us and to refine who we really truly choose to be. what we're wanting to bring forward in this message today collectively is that there is a positive benefit in everything that we're experiencing. And if we can keep our finger on the pulse of that while we're going through all the experiences back and forth, then it will allow us to find that true path all the more easily and with more grace, so that we can be available for one another sooner rather than later. Shamini, how about you in these circumstances in life? What's happening now? How can we flourish through this because of it, not in spite of it?
I think the lesson is really clear, and it really echoes what I just heard from all of you. You know, Lynn talking about the pull to lead from service, and Eileen talking about the natural impulse to lead with mercy. We're really in a time where we're being asked to not lead with fear, but lead with love. It's really that simple. And if you think about that, it's pretty obvious. It really connects with everything we've been saying today, because what we know about the biofield is it takes us from that scarcity separation model that drives fear, right, into an understanding of our interconnectedness and the connection of spirit all the way in the body. So now we don't have to just lead with the material, we're also fortifying our spirit. When we lead with love, we're allowing the spiritual to come all the way down into the physical. You know, it reminds me of some of the sayings. I don't know if you all know Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, but the Mother has, you know, many amazing books. And one of the things that she said about our times is that this is the time where we don't have to now leave the physical body the way, you know, a lot of the traditions used to say, we're going to be liberated, we're going to leave the physical body. Well, no, we actually have this opportunity now to bring our spirits all the way down into matter and to lead with the love and connection of our spirit. This is what the biofield is really teaching us. This is what, as you know, all of you do, and all of the healing practitioners I know do, right? Is to lead with love. It's really that simple, and it's our conscious choice. And that's what's so beautiful. And I see it more and more every day. I see people waking up to this more and more every day.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And, you know, we can never inject love into the conversation enough, because it is the universal solvent. Everything dissolves in the vibrational frequency of love. And so every time that we can concentrate in this way and allow the heart to be in the mix, we are truly animating the space in between. And it is a softening way to approach everything that is happening in life, particularly at this time. So I want to thank all of you for the time, you know, that you have brought to our conversation today, and that time is approaching. What we get to, you know, have to wind this up and say farewell. But before we go, I'd just love each of you to give us just a quick idea of how people can find you, work with you, do something that you're up to, so that they can continue to hone their skills as a conscious, responsible steward of the biofield. Lynn?
Okay, well, just come to my website, lynnmctaggart.com. I have courses I run. I have an upcoming Intention Masterclass, which is a year-long course where I actually put people in groups and I monitor them and help you heal yourself, each other, and the world. I have retreats that I do for people who can't come on my courses. I have Connecting and Healing Through the Power of Eight, a Facebook group you can join, or my membership or community site, which is free for everyone to create Power of Eight groups, and many other resources. So just check me out on lynnmctaggart.com.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. And Eileen?
I have two websites, biofieldtuning.com, where you can learn all about the sound therapy method, biofield tuning. You can find a practitioner to experience a session. I created my own line of very high quality tuning forks, so those are also available for anyone who's interested in sound therapy. And electrichealth.com, where I have assembled many peer-reviewed studies on the biofield and many mainstream publication articles about the electric nature of life, the universe, and everything. So there's a big rabbit hole there if somebody wants to take a dive and start learning more about this and more on the sort of scientific end.
Beautiful. And Shamini, how can people find you and what are you up to?
I'd love for folks to join in with us at our nonprofit, the Consciousness and Healing Initiative. We're a collaborative accelerator that brings together scientists, healing practitioners, educators, artists to lead humanity to heal ourselves. And we have these fabulous free webinars with leaders in healing every month, as well as Ask Me Anything sessions, which are totally free. And we have tons of healing resources too. I won't bore you with all the details. You go to the website, it's a treasure trove. Somebody was just describing it as this treasure trove to me today. You can go to www.chi or chi for Consciousness and Healing Initiative.is. So that's www.chi.is. And I just wrote a book that kind of catches us all up on ancient, modern sciences as related to the biofield, consciousness and healing, and a whole part called the Healing Keys, which is really practical. So if you're interested in that, you can go to healingourselvesbook.com. healingourselvesbook.com, and that'll basically take you to my website where I've got lots of resources for you. So thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd also like to let everyone know that we have a bonus recording that we are providing inside of this. That is Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor, another dear friend of mine who has written a new book, and is an interview with her about the content of her new book regarding the brain and aspects of our own true selves that are trying to unify in the midst of this life on Earth. And so enjoy that as well as part of this program. And of course, you can find me at drsuemorter.com, where I have trainings and teachings, techniques that are in person and in online around the world. We have a global community of 95 countries that are participating in the work of the energy codes. And you can check out my book, The Energy Codes, a 7-step system to activating your spirit and healing the body and truly learning how to live the best life here on the planet that you are intended to be living. And so we are blessed to be here in this conversation together, and we are blessed to be able to share this information with you. Thank you for your yes in plugging in with us today, and for your contribution to animating the biofield and animating the space in between us so that we can harmonize and be here for one another with grace and ease in the course of our lives. So I want to thank you guys each for being here. You've been an amazing contribution to a beautiful conversation, and I am again very blessed to be in this with you. So I'll see you guys out there doing what we do together, and we hope to see all of you in some form in service and in any way that we can support you. So for now, I'd like to thank the global initiative here of Humanity's team and this Global Oneness project, bringing you together and allowing us this beautiful platform to connect. So for now, goodbye, everyone. Blessings and namaste. Hello there, I'm Dr. Sue Morter from Morter Institute, where we are bridging science and spirituality and human possibility. For more than 30 years, I have been teaching doctors and patients and students and clients innovative approaches to self-healing based in quantum science and energy medicine. And recently, I had an opportunity to interview a friend of mine who you may have heard of as well. Hello there, I'm Dr. Sue Morter from Morter Institute, where we are bridging science and spirituality and human possibility. For more than 30 years, I have been teaching doctors and patients and students and clients innovative approaches to self-healing based in quantum science and energy medicine. And recently, I had an opportunity to interview a friend of mine who you may have heard of as well, Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor. And I want to share that interview with you, as it is a most profound introduction into information that Dr. Jill will be sharing in her new book that will be releasing soon. I'll tell you about that in just a moment. First, let me just tell you a little bit about her. Dr. Jill is a Harvard-trained and published neuroscientist. In 1996, she experienced a severe hemorrhage of the left hemisphere of her brain, causing her to lose the ability to walk, talk, read, write, and recall any of her life. Now, her memoir, My Stroke of Insight, documenting her experience with stroke and 8-year recovery, spent 63 weeks on the New York Times nonfiction bestseller list, and still routinely is the #1 book about stroke on Amazon. Dr. Jill is a dynamic teacher and public speaker who, that's absolutely true, who loves educating all groups, academic levels, as well as corporations about the beauty of our human brain and its ability to recover from trauma. In 2008, she gave the first TED Talk that ever went viral on the internet. And I know that TED Talk well, and you should check that out if you haven't seen it, which now has been viewed by over 26 million people. So it has had a profound effect on so many people. I thought it would be fantastic for us to just catch up and see where she is and what she's been doing and what she's up to. Also in 2008, Dr. Jill was chosen as one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in the world. It's pretty significant. And she was the premier guest on Oprah's Soul series as well. She's a dynamic individual who is most interested in helping humanity. Most importantly for me, she's been a beautiful friend. She wrote the foreword to my book and has been engaged in all sorts of philanthropic projects since her recovery. She understands what it means to suffer and what it means to heal. And she has written another book. Years later, she has written Whole Brain Living. And in her book, Whole Brain Living, she is sharing with us not only the anatomy of how to make choice, to truly make a real choice for yourself, but also how to identify 4 characters that exist inside of you and that drive our lives. And so I know that you'll enjoy this conversation. It was very fun and dynamic, and I so look forward to sharing it with you. So let's plug in with Dr. Jill. Excellent, excellent. So as I have said, there are so many wonderful, wonderful things about Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor that we can flourish from knowing and being exposed to. And where we're going to go next is just allowing her to engage with you, to just meet behind the scenes and have a conversation about what it's like to recover, what it's like to more than recover, but to flourish, what it is like to then resume a place of leadership in our world and allowing healing and wholeness to be a focal point of life itself. You know, we are here to more than heal. We're here to reveal our true magnificence and to learn to live holistically. And one of the things I'm most thrilled about is that Dr. Jill has been busy. She's been busy again, and she's created our new works that we're going to talk about with her today. So you are right here on the cutting edge moments of the launching of this new beautiful work called Whole Brain Living. And it has a specific emphasis on the anatomy of choice, which we're going to get to hear about, and the 4 characters of that truly drive our life. So, you know, this is it's a rare moment, and I certainly wanted to bring it to our community as quickly as we possibly could. So, Dr. Jill, again, welcome, and thank you for being here with us today.
Dr. Sue, always an honor, and thank you to those of you who are with us. It's always a dynamic time between the two of us, so I think you'll enjoy the conversation. So thank you for letting us into your lives.
Yes, absolutely. You know, it's such a beautiful thing when people come together for the purpose of wholeness and consciousness and developing conscious ways of living. And when we meet in that place, the most magnificent things occur to each of us. So all of our viewers, I know that you're going to take this information, you're going to weave it together and walk out into your lives with a new sense of joy and a new sense of a perspective on what life truly is meant to be and what it has to offer us. So first, let me start, Dr. Jill, with where you would see wholeness and healing as a conversation unfolding in this now moment, given where we are in our lives, everything that's been happening in humanity's calendar this past year, and how life has changed. How do you see us moving forward from the perspectives that you have come to know so dearly?
Well, first, I think we've been in a profound place. This is the first time in the course of our lives, I will say where we've had an opportunity to step back from just the rush, and really had an opportunity to look and pause and reflect on, okay, well, life has changed. Society has changed. The world has changed. The world is still in pain right now with this pandemic. And yet with that comes an opportunity to say, what did I like before? What do I want to bring into the present? And how do I want to make change because of what I want my life now to be? And I think we have a different and interesting way of communicating with one another. I mean, look at us. Here we are. We're communicating through computers. Yes, we did that before, but not to this capacity. So now we're using technology with our brains. And of course, I always have to go back to the brain, because every ability we have because we have cells that are performing that function. So what parts of our life do we want to grow? And we can choose to do that consciously, and we'll talk about how to do that. And then there are parts of our lives that, well, maybe that served a time, and now I want to move on beyond that. Or I've identified parts of myself that I didn't really want to nurture, but I have ended up nurturing. One of the things I do a lot of talking about right now is mom rage, because, moms have this incredible burden on their lives, and they're at home, and it's like, and moms don't want to do that. So it's like, how do we look at ourselves as a biological creature and gain the power to choose who and how we want to be? And so first of all, what are our choices, and what do we want more of, and what do we want less of? And so to me, we've got this magnificent human brain, and the better we understand how to use it, then we can pick and choose the choices that we're now making in order to create the life we want to live.
Yes, bringing higher consciousness to our choices, being aware that we have the capacity to do that. And so often people wait until they're in pain about something before they realize that, I have to do something different. I have to learn how to process my life differently or make better choices sooner. And so if someone is interested, okay, I need to make choices sooner, better choices sooner, so that I end up creating the life that I want, instead of playing bumper cars, creating what I don't want, and then figuring out what I do want based upon what I've created that I don't want. How do you recommend that people make better choices sooner, and thereby learn their way into the life that they really would select if they could have it any way they wanted?
Great, and they can. So when I delivered that talk, I ended that TED Talk by saying we have the power to choose moment by moment who and how we want to be in the world. And we can step purposely into the consciousness of the present moment, right here, right now, or we can choose purposefully to move into the left brain, where we have a past, we have a future, and we have our relationship with the external world. And since that time, during the pandemic, I was, I've had over 300,000 people write me and say, Dr. Jill, you had a stroke to get out of your left brain into that bliss. And I want some of that. How do I get that? And I could recover my use my right brain to recover my left brain, but I didn't have a strategy to help people who are normally functioning in their left brain, which we are mostly in a left brain dominant society. How do I step into the present moment of that blissful euphoria? And so then I was giving a presentation and I said to the audience, you know, I love talking about the brain to audiences in this day and age because people understand the language of the brain. They know the amygdala and the hippocampus and the anterior cingulate gyrus and the neocortex. I mean, it's so exciting. But the fact of the matter is we have 2 amygdala, not just one. And there was an audible gasp in the room. And I thought, oh my gosh, people think we have a amygdala. That means their emotions don't make any sense to them at all, because when we have emotional conflict, how do I figure out and filter and organize and structure so that I actually know what I'm feeling, or I know what my emotional choices are when I move into alarm, alarm, alert, alert. And so that's what gave me the insight into actually writing this book during the pandemic, Whole Brain Living, the anatomy of choice and the 4 characters that drive our life. So if you look at a human brain, and of course I have brought for you a beautiful little model.
Yay.
If you look at this, it's a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere, put them together, and we have the cortex, cerebral cortex. But when you open that up, and we cut it open by cutting through this structure right here, taking you back to your neuroanatomy, aren't I?
Yes, no.
Cut through that
here every day
corpus
with you.
callosum. The corpus callosum has some 300 million axonal fibers, so that the 2 hemispheres not only know what's going on in the other one, but they inhibit or activate comparable cells in the opposite hemisphere. So they're talking to one another all the time. But we have 2 emotional systems. One in that left hemisphere, including the amygdala and the hippocampus down here. And then they process around and come into the cingulate gyrus and part of the prefrontal cortex, as does the right hemisphere. So we have 2 emotional modules of cells that process information completely differently. And we have 2 thinking brains that process information completely differently. And when we understand that the right hemisphere is a right here, right now, present moment machine, then that means it's going to be processing the emotions of the present moment and our thoughts and experiences of the present moment, where the left hemisphere is going to be thoughts about our past and as it relates to the external world. And there's a group of cells in there that define the boundaries of where we begin and where I end, so that I know that this is my face, but these, even though they're on my face all day, they are not of me. So our left brain gives us our individuality, and with that comes our ego center, and everything then gets filtered through me. And then I have emotions from the past and fears of the future in that emotional system. So just in knowing that we have these 4 very different independent modules of cells that produce very specific subsets of skill sets, and then they result in very specific characters. Once you know who your 4 characters are, then you have the power to choose which of those characters at any moment do I want to have come forward in this moment in order to make the right choice, the right decision, so I can live the life I want to live, instead of maybe sticking my foot in my mouth as that little character 2 in that emotional brain of the left hemisphere. Because I know who it is. I know how to honor it. I know how to love it. I know how to nurture it. And I know how to self-soothe that part of myself. So I really am choosing my best life.
So we're developing awareness of these different components of who we could be being, and we're selecting this one is appropriate at this time, this one is appropriate at this time, so that we're navigating a team rather than just having it, you know, surrounding us and feeling like we're just completely absorbed in an emotional reaction at any given point in time.
That is exactly right. It's a differentiation of the different parts of who we are. Who are we? We are these 4 very different characters that make up our brain team. And once we get to know each of the 4 characters, then we can do what I call a brain huddle, because isn't that what teams do? They get together in the huddle. And it matters. What does my left thinking brain, which is organized and structured and likes to control everything, it controls time so that I'm punctual, and it knows what right is wrong and what is good and bad, and it defines all those boundaries. But then you get into my right hemisphere where I no longer have the boundaries of where I begin and end. I'm in the present moment, and the present moment is a fantastic moment. And I want to play, and I want to be creative, and I want to make a mess. And then my other part of my brain is saying, you know, you sure do make a mess when you make a mess. You don't just like, we need to clean that up. And then it becomes this conversation inside of our head. And how do we create balance in our life? We create balance in our life by creating balance in our brain.
Beautiful. So as people are learning to trust themselves more, and they begin to have different come from when they're engaging and thinking of a response or an interaction or a project they'd like to engage in, what is happening differently in their brain? What is happening that wasn't able to happen before? When someone becomes more settled within themselves, they start to harness these characters, and they start to huddle them up, and they start interacting in a beautiful symbiotic sort of way, and there's more of a merging and collaborative effort happening there. Then how is it that someone actually has new knee-jerk reactions and has a new come from, or their automatic assumption becomes more positive or filled with more possibility? What is it that's happening there for them?
You know, I think, of course, it's all going to begin with awareness. So let's say I've been given a project, and we all have a primary default character that we fall into. And I tend to be more, because I had that stroke and I lost my left brain, I'm more right brain. And I look at where I live. I live in nature. So my character 4, which is at one with all that is, where the boundaries of myself are limitless, and I commune with the critters and the rocks and the water and all of it. And I live that and breathe that. And that's my home. And then when it comes to a project, if I'm given a project, I'm creative and artistic in my right brain. And so there's kind of this, you know, the first step in the creative process is chaos. And so if you're truly going to be creative, stepping out, it's great if the left hemisphere comes in and says, okay, here's the project. We can create an outline. Let's say we're going to write a book, because I remember someone was writing a book. And so we come in and we say, okay, let's write a table of contents, and da 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 da. And it's like, you know, that's great for strong left brains, and it's important to have that part of the equation, but that's not where the genius is. That's not where the magic is. The magic comes in the open possibility of communicating it with others, with sharing in the present moment, all those magical moments. So you have to have all of it. And that's the beauty of being human, is that we're not just the left brain characters. We're not just the right brain characters. In fact, if we're just the left brain characters, we're very structured, we're very organized, we're very punctual, everything is where it belongs. And that's great if you're going to be secretarial or administrative and you need everything in a position, but that's not where the magic happens. The magic happens in the creative process, and that right brain doesn't have that left brain judgment coming in saying, no, that's not good, that's not right, that's the wrong color, you're outside of the lines. And it's like the right brain just is its genius, and then they put it together. So the beauty of whole brain living is that when we have access to all the pieces of ourselves and they respect one another in there, then they get the job done, and they get the job done well. So it really opens up all of our potential as whatever we can imagine. We can then create that, recognizing, how do I stay out of my own way emotionally? How do I trust myself to deliver it? I trust that left brain. And I also trust that it's going to be quality, because I've gone wide open on the right hemisphere possibilities and set myself up for success.
So in all of this processing,
And I love it that you're talking about, it comes down to awareness, because, from a psycho-spiritual or a science meets spirituality perspective, in enlightenment type conversations, we recognize that we are true awareness. At our basic foundational level, we are awareness itself. And we've created this body, and we're living inside of this vehicle, and the brain is how we process all the information and allow it to translate into images and thoughts and forms and emotional experiences, projects of creativity. And I love that you're speaking about awareness. So when someone is, let's take us another direction. When someone is wanting to learn to trust their gut, and yet they're living in their heads a lot, they're thinking in their mental body, and their analytical mind is on track, running the show all the time, and they have this gut feeling, and they're oftentimes overriding it and suppressing it. And they're wanting to learn to trust their gut and trust their heart of hearts more, and allow these three brains in the body, the brain in the gut, the brain in the heart, and the brain in the head, to have a better relationship with one another. How can whole brain living facilitate the process of someone being able to trust their gut, trust their heart of hearts, trust that what is happening here in the form of this genius or this hunching kind of intuitive information that is showing up? How can they help carve the pathway for that to be an easier trust?
So I love this question. So it is uncomfortable when we have that gnawing feeling, and it's like I really want to follow that and I want to trust that, but then there's this little group of ego cells in our brain that says, oh my gosh, if we do that, if we let ourselves go and we don't structure it and organize it and control it, then I'm going to die. It's a threat to my existence.
Yes.
And so, this is the conflict between these two beautiful hemispheres. Is this one trusts the universe because it is of the universe. It is atoms and molecules and energy. There are no boundaries, there are no edges, there is no limitation. And this is going, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even understand that concept. Of course, this is my face. What is she talking about? Well, I tell you, if you get rid of a little group of cells right here, no, you don't know where you begin and where you end. Dr. Sue, I think about your little guy, right? With the little guy with all the body parts, and you got the energy, and then you got the energy. And then you got the energy. That's all we are. We are this mass of life, and life is unexplainable. We just have to accept it for the miracle that it is. And it begins as that little single cell and then multiplies to this 50 trillion gorgeous molecular geniuses. And it's doing it with the universe. The consciousness of the universe exists in every cell in my form. But then there's that left group of cells, that little left brain and that little ego center right in there that's saying, but no, this is me, this is I, this is language, this is me definition. So this is what I say to your people or anybody in that position. I say, little cells, little ego, we're not going anywhere. We're just going to let you be quiet for a moment. And if you ever feel uncomfortable because now we are like having too much fun or experiencing too much gratitude and you're feeling uncomfortable, you just come right back online just like that. You're always there. So we're not getting rid of you. We're not even sidestepping you. We are coming in addition to you. So you are this magnificent mind that will analyze and critically organize and control whatever information we gain in that right brain experience. But right here, right now, we are safe. And right here, right now, we're calm and we can be and we can explore. And you don't have to go anywhere or do anything. And you can just, boom, come right back online as soon as you need. And you can question everything we're doing along the way. And we're okay with that. Whatever you need in order to feel safe so that we can explore the greater possibilities of what else this beautiful brain has to offer. That's what I say to people.
Beautiful. So what role does love play in?
So I think of, as I think about those four characters, I think that love is the consciousness of the universe. That is love. When I experienced my stroke, my hemorrhage, and the cells in my left emotional system shut down, and my left thinking brain and my ego shut down, and I shifted into the consciousness of the right here, right now, present moment, the innate feeling of what is there. I describe it as a blissful euphoria, but the emotion is love. And I access that love through a feeling of gratitude. And I think it takes an instant for anyone to truly feel a level of grateful that I'm alive at all. And that's what that right thinking character does. It just is connected to all that is and is looking at this condensed body of organic life. And in the consciousness of every cell, just think about the consciousness that begins us as human. When that egg cell donates its DNA and that sperm cell donates its DNA, and we end up with that single zygote cell. And that single zygote cell now is going to metamorphosize itself at a rate of 250,000 new cells per second. Not per minute, but per second. There is not a cognitive left brain directing that. This is the energy of the universe. And so that consciousness that feels like love, that we will evaporate into, or we can invite into our total being, is this feeling of love. And it is that consciousness that evolves and evolves and develops as the cells differentiate into the different organ systems, and ultimately we come out as an infant. That is love. And I do believe that's why it's so easy to touch a baby and to smell that little baby head and to play with those little baby fingers and feel this sensation of love, because that's what we're holding, is that consciousness of love before the other consciousnesses come back online, so that ultimately as adults we become this magnificent braid of different consciousnesses of the different characters. But at the core of every cell and the core of the universe is like the foundational consciousness upon which the rest of our consciousnesses evolve.
So I love to hear you describe these things. I describe almost the same thing, a little bit different choice of words and order, but that's exactly what we're studying inside of the energy codes and what I'm teaching people to master energetically, and to bring awareness to these layers of energy frequencies that are the love vibration that is ultimately folding over on itself, multiplying and dividing itself, differentiating itself into this cellular structure. And so, what I really want, we have, millions of people watching this interview, and we want everyone to realize that love and the love vibrational frequency and electromagnetic energy and neurosynapses and brain formulation and function are all very intimately interrelated. That they're not separate beings, they're not separate entities, they are truly different expressions of the same oneness, that same vibrational frequency that ultimately we would call love. So what you're saying, Dr. Jill, is that we're actually walking around as presentations of love. And if we will allow that to be true, it gets to be true. And
Exactly.
If we override it, then it doesn't get to be true.
Exactly. We're this big, magnificent ball of life energy. And it is, we all know how to, that I can't say we all know how, because I don't know if everybody knows how, but we have the capacity to tune into that level of vibration. Or we can hook into the vibration of different groups of cells, like that pain from our past and the emotional, literally physical pain. And as a society, we don't teach ourselves how to recognize that pain, a physical pain or an emotional pain, it's an energy. And we want to escape the energy instead of allowing that energy to live its life and to unfold itself and to naturally dissipate. And so we rush in with with all this fear around, oh my gosh, I'm in pain, and it just cells run in loops and in circuits. And so we can allow a pain circuit to naturally flush itself and open itself and reach back into love in an expansiveness, or we can tighten it and constrict and become more rigid. And then we're just projecting and feeding that energy of the pain. So just being aware of the capacities of what we are as living beings and the potential, so that we can pick and choose which of this buffet, what of this buffet do I want to be today, or even just in this moment.
Mm-hmm. Is there an immediate process that you would suggest that people go to as they're getting your book and reading it and starting to teach and train, and or even up level their current understanding of things, and they want to get started, they want to start implementing this repertoire and be able to select and be in the driver's seat, calling the huddle, blowing the whistle and calling the huddle together? Is there something that you would suggest that people do initially, that they can start to build the confidence that they too can access this sensation and be this discerning, masterful individual in life, rather than, you know, just being pulled down the road in directions they really don't want to go?
Exactly. So I encourage people to really get to know the 4 characters, because the characters are there. They're in the structure of our anatomy. It's a great place to start. And so I'm going to run through briefly the 4 characters. Excellent. And then we'll talk about huddle experience. So character number 1 is my left thinking brain. And the left thinking brain is our A-type personality that is interacting at a cognitive level in the external world. So it likes to organize information, organize details. It likes to, it has an identity. It has a past, a present, and a future. It likes to control people, places, and things. And everything is filtered around me and mine, because that's part of the construct. And I have language, and language allows me to not just say I am an individual, but everything is about me and mine. And so all information coming in from the external world is going through that filter of me and mine. So that's character number 1. And I encourage people to give your character 1 a name. Dr. Sue, do you recognize that part of yourself?
Sure, you bet.
Can you give her a name?
Give her a name. Who would she be? I don't know.
She might be Dr. Sue, but I call mine Helen. She's hell on wheels. She gets it done.
Okay.
And all my friends know that, you know, if they call me up and they hear the voice of Helen, they know I'm in my office. They know who gets along with that part of me, who avoids that part of me, what they can expect from that piece of me. And they'll usually say, "Oh, hi, Helen. Do you think maybe you could call us back later this evening?"
Or have someone else call.
That's right. And so then I make a Post-it note, because that's what Helen does, right? And then later, you know, one of my other characters will call him back. So I encourage you, think about that part of yourself. What does it feel like when you're in that character? Mm-hmm. I've got my glasses on. First of all, I've got my earrings in. I got lipstick on. I'm doing things. I'm usually in my office. I hold my body more tight, more erect. You know, I've got a million things. I'm just like doing, and then the phone rings, and it's like, I'm busy. I don't really want to talk to you. And you hear that in the intonation of my voice. Hello? You know, it's like, oh, Helen, you know. So who is that person? There are people who really like Helen and they want to work with Helen. And then there are people who are going, call me later, it's somebody else. So knowing that part of yourself and considering what does it feel like inside of your body. So, you know, you can ask yourself in a huddle, Helen, what do you have to say? And Helen's always got an opinion, because that's what Helen does. She has opinions and she wants to be the boss. So she's going to probably run the huddle. Right?
I love it. Okay.
You're going to give yours, well, you're going to give your character 1 a name there, Dr.
I'm gonna, but I'm in process here.
See, you're working it way too hard. Okay. But yeah, And,
So
and
we'll call her the boss. We'll call her
she's the boss.
She's the boss.
Exactly. She's
Okay.
the boss. Absolutely. So, and I encourage, I don't name your characters because I want your characters to be your 4 characters.
Yeah.
Because when you're in a huddle, if your little character 2 is not happy, then you need to know who is in relationship and how do they interact with that part.
Yeah.
So little character 2 is going to be the emotion of our past. So this is going to be all of our past pain. So this is our traumas. This is our addictions. This is our part that is saying, so what happens is information comes in through the brainstem, both sides, brainstems on both sides. And the information in the right hemisphere comes in and it goes straight into the emotional cells of the right in the present moment. So the right brain is still in the right here, right now, as information's coming in. This amazing group of cells of our character 2, they take information of the present moment and immediately step out of the consciousness of the present moment. Well, if the present moment is the consciousness of love, call that God, call that Allah, call that nature, call that whatever you're comfortable calling it. This is the group of cells that was willing to say, I'm going to sacrifice that feeling of deep eternal love so that I can compare the present moment to everything that ever happened to me in my past so that I know whether or not I need to alert, push it away and say no. So this is our no machine. This is our self-protection machine. And it's not very happy. And it wouldn't be happy because, oh my gosh, it is stepped outside of the flow of the eternal love. So this is a part of ourself that is not very happy. So this part is resentful about things that has happened in the past. It is filled with guilt or shame about things that have already happened. It's it's a ball of energy of pain, alarm, alert, alert. I'm either going to self-direct that as I'm not worthy of being loved, or I'm not good enough or whatever, or it's going to lash out at you and say, you're not good enough. You're not okay. It's all your fault. So this is a part of us. Do you know that part of yourself, Dr. Sue?
Sure. I never gave her a name before.
Exactly. But it's an identity.
Yeah. So psychology might reference that as the wounded child, the one who's been through the rough time that's now here to make sure that we don't have to do that again. And so gets rejecting, gets reactive, gets defensive in order to keep from repeating that. So we'll call her Pasty. Okay. She's about the past. She's constantly.
It's about the past.
She's
absolutely.
pasty.
So
Okay.
I call my little character 2 Abby.
Abby.
And Abby is short for abandoned. And imagine being that little zygote cell in the womb where I'm now life and I'm in the womb and I'm multiplying and multiplying and multiplying my cell content inside of this fluid environment. I'm hearing the beautiful love beat of my mother's heart. I am breathing the water. I am just forming as this consciousness, this magnificent consciousness of the universe. Oh my gosh. And then what happens? Bam, birth. Right. And in that instant, all of a sudden, my lungs that have been filled with liquid are, and my diaphragmatic muscle contracts and air gets sucked in and I start screaming and all of a sudden lights are no longer muted and sounds are no longer muted and I'm being poked and prodded and the temperature. And I mean, to me, that wasn't a moment of abandonment. So I take it all the way back to Abby, little Abby. My original wound was at that birth where in an instant I became separate from being a part of that symbiotic warmth. So for me, if I'm in the mood to, then, that's my little character, Abby. And Abby is powerful and she's powerful to save our lives. And how many of us haven't gone to therapy and said, please cut this part of me out, right? But we don't want to cut it out. What we need to do is understand it and nurture it and value it and learn to love it and self-soothe it as our other characters so that it feels heard and it feels valued. And when it does, the alarm, alert can calm down. We can stop the adrenaline or noradrenaline running through our bodies, depending on our reactivity. And we can calm and come back and have choice again of the other characters. So it's power inside of our brain to really know who that little pasty is and what we can do when it's triggered in order to help it realize we're okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the work that I'm sharing inside the energy codes, we reference it as the protective personality. So it's the protector, and that contributes to that false self identity that we then go down the road living life from that perspective, thinking that those things are necessary all the time in order to ever be safe. And what we're suggesting here today is that there can be a conscious choice about when and how to engage this so that we don't obliterate the false self. It's not about excising it and getting rid of it. It's about learning to embrace it and utilize it for what it was truly built and meant to be utilized for.
Exactly, because it's designed to save our life, and that's what it's doing on a moment by moment. It's bringing it in and comparing to the past, bringing it in and comparing to the past, and it doesn't have language. And the emotional systems, those cells are already in position and mature at birth, while our higher cognition, the cells are in position, but they've not interconnected. So the cells of our alarm, alert circuitry, they never mature. So that's why, I, a woman as a full adult, have the capacity to throw a temper tantrum, because that group of cells still reacts in the same way it did when I was little itty bitty in order to save my life. So some of us get big, loud, and ugly and mean and just try to scare the thing away. And others of us become very quiet, or some of us just run the heck out of the way. We all have our way. And I think it's really important to know, what is your way? How do you respond? What is your reactive programming and patterning so that you become aware? Because again, it's all going to be about that awareness. And as soon as I know I'm in my little character too unhappy, I, at that moment, have the power to say, in this moment, I am completely consumed in my reactivity, but it takes less than 90 seconds for me to think a thought, stimulate an emotional circuit, and then run a complete physiological loop of something through my blood and out of me. Less than 90 seconds for that, once from the trigger it's hit until my blood is clean of that kind of reactive emotion. So that, just knowing that if I feel myself reacted and I'm in it, then it's like, look at your watch, you'll see, takes less than 90 seconds. Or I can re-stimulate that loop by rethinking the thoughts and just keep looping and looping and looping, and I can stay mad at somebody for decades.
Right. So this is one of the reasons that when we're in a moment where we're starting to make that decision or a knee-jerk reaction, that we slow things down, that we start breathing more slowly and slow it down so that 90 seconds has an opportunity to be another choice point that's has a little bit more consciousness in it, so that we don't get on this runaway train.
Exactly. It's all
Beautiful.
Circuitry. I mean, that's the beauty of what we are, is that every capacity we have is cells performing those actions. So it's a matter of, if I get triggered, it's like all the energy in my brain leaves the whole brain and goes boom right into the circuitry of that character too. And then I'm just on alarm, alert, and it's like save my life and my reactivity to that. And I can consciously, as soon as I'm aware that that's been triggered, pull that energy back out of just that condensed ball. And remember, yes, I have a character 1. Yes, I have a character 3. And yes, I have a character 4, to just like allow myself to settle back down. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay. Let us meet the next character.
Character 3 is the emotion of our right brain. So the right brain, right here, right now, no boundaries of where I begin and where I end. So I am as big as the universe. I'm in the present moment, and the present moment is an amazing place. And there's a peacefulness and an excitement and an interest and an intrigue. It's just a good, the present moment is really where it's happening, right? So this is a very playful part of our spirit. And because I'm not the individual defined as self, this has a collective whole. It has a value structure that is based on the we, not on the left brain, which is focused on me and mine. So the right brain has a value structure about us as humanity. We are brothers and sisters here on this planet, and we are here in relationship with this beautiful planet. So of course we care about how we're treating the planet and our relationship with it. So we are big and vast, and we are playful. And the first step of the creative process, chaos. So it likes to make a mess, it's like, let's go do something fun. Let's go jump in the lake. Let's have an adrenaline rush. Let's go. Let's go do, and then after that we could do this. So, it's this right here, right now. Let's go play. So Dr. Sue, give a name to your little character 3.
I would say let's do.
Exactly. Let's do. So I call mine Pigpen. You remember the Charles Schulz characters, with Snoopy and Charlie Brown and Lucy? Well, little Pigpen. Now, little Pigpen is always walking around in a dust storm, right? And he's very pleasant. He's just like always available and wanting to participate. And he's in a dust storm. And so I call mine Pigpen because that's, I can relate to that very well. So here's what I do for when I need to tune into my little character 3 Pigpen there, there's my like little happy poppy troll. And it's just fun, character 3 is just present and connected. There is a collective caring. It is the part of us that is able to be empathic. I can feel your pain because I can connect with you. I can and I can nurture, and I can just be present with you. And we can be doing something fast and crazy, or we can be doing just walking and talking and being together. But there's this excitement, but this playful nature.
Mm-hmm.
So that's character number 3. The emotion, it's more experiential than emotional. What does the experience feel like to be on a paddleboard? What does the experience feel like to jump out of an airplane? What does an experience feel like to go down into the ravine and dig out geodes? I mean, the experience of it all. And then character 4 is our right brain thinking. And this is the part of our brain, it has no boundaries of where we begin and end. And it is a thoughtful presence of love. So this is essentially the portal through which our spiritual relationship with something that is beyond us has no boundary. It's just an open flow. This is the part of us that is loving. It is nurturing. It is supportive. It's que sera, sera, whatever will be. And I'm good with it because, oh my gosh, I'm alive. And just being alive and having hands that allow me to manipulate space, and legs that allow me to move wherever I want to go, or eyes to see and ears to hear, and just to be this incredible life force power of the universe packaged in these 50 trillion beautiful molecular geniuses. Wow, how could I ask for anything more? And it is just this presence of love. So and it's always there, and it's always available.
Mm-hmm.
I know you know this part of yourself so well. Give her a name.
Give her a name. So she would be nameless, right? She would be beyond the naming. It would be that. So, I would just have to say,
it would be what I reference as this I am presence. So it is this presence that I so often reference. I have a little image here that I'm using to teach with, and it's this version of me. So it would be the higher self. I'd just call it the I am.
All right, I'll take that. So I call mine Queen Toad.
Queen
Toad.
Queen Toad.
Queen Toad. Queen, because it is exactly that. It is the feminine, magnificent light of the universe. So it's a queen, and at the same time, it's a toad because it's a little bit goofy and it lives on a lily pad called brainwaves.
Okay, so the lily pad is brainwaves.
Yes.
Sweet.
So just knowing these characters, knowing what they feel like inside of my body, knowing how to call on them at any moment, knowing how to then blow that whistle and say, huddle, and the huddle comes together. And I call it a brain huddle. Of course I do. BRAIN, brain huddle. And so B, of course, is breath. And by using my left hand and just starting on my forehead and gently bringing and thinking about my breath and using my left hand to get to my right brain, because ultimately I want to get to the open expanse, and consciously choosing my awareness to be in the right here, right now with the B. R, recognize in this moment, in my present moment, which character is dominant. Which character am I exhibiting? Am I being a little pig pen, or am I being my unhappy little Abby, or am I being Helen, or am I being Queen Toad? Recognize in this moment which one has been dominant and who called the brain huddle, because they can all call the brain huddle. BRA is an appreciation that I may be exhibiting one of them in this instant, but I have all four. And as soon as I do that, the energy shifts into throughout my brain for whole brain living. So A, appreciate that I have all four, BRAI, inquire which one is appropriate, which one do I purposely choose to have engage in the next moment? Who's going to give me the best outcome? And it might not be the right one, but I can always call a brain huddle instantly again and say, okay, well, that didn't work out. And then N stands for navigate the next moment, and then the next moment, and then the next moment, but do it with all four of these characters online. So I'll give you a quick little example. Let's say, and this happens to all of us, we walked into a room and there was a couple in there and they were fighting. All right. Our right brain is perceiving that energy. We know that we have just walked into a fight. Character one, so we instantly say, brain huddle, what do we do now? We walked in the door, inopportune moment, right? What do? Boom. Character one can come in and say, I just wanted, I'm here if you need me. Is there anything I can do to help you? Because character one is a fix-it machine. It wants to fix the problem, and it's well connected and it's good at doing. So it's like, yes, offer my services. Character two is thinking, are you guys like fighting, and can I, and you did this and and my little two can actually engage with your little nasty, and we can just now have a bigger nasty party, right? Because now we're talking about somebody else and or my character three can come in and realize, okay, maybe it's a good time for a joke, right? Maybe I could say something kind of appropriately witty and it could lighten the air, and then we can figure out what's next. Or my character four can come in and realize and say, I'm here. If you need anything, I'll be right outside. If I can support you in any way, just let me know. But in the meantime, just know you have your privacy and carry on, essentially. So And these moments are happening all the time, moment by moment by moment by moment. And there's all these, well, I shoulda, or well, I coulda, or gosh, I didn't. And it's like, no, we don't have any of that going on anymore. Gosh, I put my foot in my mouth. Well, that might still happen, but then what do you do in order to make up, after it? But the brain huddle is this incredible team. And I can tell you that I have had severe anxiety, as you know. And when I have anxiety, it's that little character 2. And it's like all the energy in my brain goes straight to the character 2. And I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe in my skin. I'm uncomfortable. I'm in this alarm, alert. I'm aware I'm feeling it. And it is powerful, powerful. And just knowing when I'm in that, and it doesn't happen often, but when it does, wow, it's overwhelming. Just knowing, just having the appreciation that I have these other characters in my backfield has been a lifesaver, because then I can let go of the 90-second rule and breathe through that and allow that to all dissipate, so that I can actually come back and land in the other parts of my brain to figure out, okay, am I safe? Am I okay? Does character 1 need to do anything to help me? Character 3, are we good? We can want to go play. Let's distract ourselves. And character 4 is always there to come in and nurture that little character 2 and say, I got you, little 2. I got you. We are all right here in your backfield. We are just right here. Do what you need to do. Breathe through that. And then it's like, then I can actually relax, feel safe, and expand back out into being a whole brain.
Fabulous.
It's amazing.
How fun. And as we make it fun with characters, and we start to talk to and integrate in that way, it allows this overall sense of, I got this, really. This is not so complex that I cannot manage it. There is a way to discern and make distinctions inside of this overall experience that I'm having in this moment. And I can pause and start to make some distinctions that are going to put the right person in the lead who's needed next, to have a team effort, holistic approach to what happens next.
Absolutely. And I want to go back to one thing that you said a long time ago. And that was about this relationship between science and spirituality. And being a scientist, being a trained scientist, and having had this experience of spirituality and being as big as the universe, it never made any sense to me that those are two separate entities that people do not think are compatible.
Right.
The scientific method, by definition, is a method. It has linearity. It has methodical and sequencing. It is designed by the left brain to prove the existence of left brain phenomenon and to make it repeatable. But the right brain is neither of those. It is not methodical, and it is not necessarily repeatable based on a scientific method, which means the scientific method is a fantastic tool to use in order to create order and understanding in the external world, but it does not negate the fact that we have a whole right hemisphere energetic experience that processes information completely opposite. And when those two opposites of how the left brain details, defines, meets up with the expands, opens, open, then we have whole brain experience and whole brain living. So I love science and I love spirituality. And to me, they are two halves of a beautiful whole, and they don't negate one another, they complement one another.
Yes, absolutely. You're certainly preaching to the choir as far as the group of people that are being exposed to this this beautiful conversation that we're having are very much interested in allowing those two to return home again, to return to one another, so that they aren't two separate worlds that we try to relate to and navigate. And I think that that's really part of the greatest pain that humanity is experiencing, is that we were taught to separate the two and live in this world, or try to reconcile this world. And it's rather challenging to do when we don't have the tools to interlace them, to interweave, and to bring it together. And I'm very grateful for the onset of quantum science into the picture, because it is bridging those worlds again, that what we're proving with our linear scientific method is only provable because we have intended to prove it, and that we basically find what we're looking for. So it becomes very important to set our sights on what it is that we're truly looking for, so that as we go about to walk into that world, that it has the opportunity to manifest exactly what is in our heart of hearts, that we would truly want to manifest here in this lifetime.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh.
And we are such seek and ye shall find machines.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, we will, if we have the capacity to think it, then we have the capacity to set that circuitry in its loop, and circuitry is energy. So we attract what we are. So yeah, thank you. I just love talking to you. You're one of my most favorite people in the world to talk about this stuff with, because it's like, you get it all. It's so cool.
It is very, very fun to connect on this level, and always such a joy, such a pleasure to just be in your space. It's I think we like to play in similar ways, and we get that life is right here in this moment, and that we are here to catch that and not miss it, and allow that to unfold into everything that it can truly be. And so, you bringing forth another book with works about how to do that, from having been in this expanded state. When I first read your Stroke of Insight book, I couldn't turn the pages fast enough, because I had not yet had this experience on a conscious level in my life, but I knew that something was there that was the truth of who I was. And as I was reading your words, I knew that you knew, and I knew that we were meeting in that place. And as that was happening, I was having these enlightenment experiences and these awakenings right thereafter. And then it all started to come together. And I recognized that what you experienced through the stroke was what I experienced through these meditative practices that just launched me into this beautiful ananda, this blissful state of complete union. And I knew that was the truth of who we are. And so as we were meeting and connecting and being able to exchange on these ideas, every cell in my being just lights up when we get to explore and dive in and weave things together. And I know that the whole of humanity is meant to have these experiences one way or another. And we hope that it's not through a stroke, and it may or may not be through the visual experience during a meditation, but we can weave these things together for ourselves right here inside of this beautiful mechanism that we have generated as a human body, and navigate life in support of that. And I know that the principles in your book and the practices that we're working with and playing with here today, that as people start to engage in this way with these kinds of distinctions, they start to become more aware. And the more aware we are, the more of the true self we are, because we are built of awareness. We are awareness packed into a body. And the name of the game is wake up to who you are. That's what awakening and enlightenment truly is. Yeah. So thank you for your beautiful contribution today to the process of humanity awakening. It is certainly why I'm on the planet, is to bring this type of information forward. And it isn't very often that I want to reach out and interview someone, because so much of it comes through me as well, just naturally. And so when I invited you to a conversation and you said yes, I knew that magic was going to happen for people because of who you are and how you came to be in this place of knowing that you are. And I know that our audience is just eating it up and thrilled to play. So any last words that you'd like to share with the world?
For me, we have so much more power than we ever imagined. And even though we didn't come in with a roadmap about how to get it all right, by being aware, by being willing to observe ourselves in action, by being aware of the kinds of thoughts that we're thinking. You know, life is this incredible ride of stimulate and be stimulated by, and part of that is inside of our own heads. And we have choice. We just have so much more power over our choices. So thank you. I'm just filled with incredible gratitude for being able to share with you, because I know you, and I know your soul and the power of who you are in the world, because you allow yourself to be that love. And for me to be able to step into your world, into your audience, to be able to bring a little bit of brain and a little bit of differentiation, and just kind of hear a story from a slightly different perspective, maybe a little more brain based, maybe a little more who's who inside of us. It's just an incredible blessing. So I am grateful to you, and I am grateful to every ear that is hearing yet another way of perceiving the magnificence of what we are as life.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Jill, I know that people will be served by connecting in with this new gift to the world. And I'm so encouraging everyone to dive in and cultivate this information. You know, it's something that I'm just realizing as we're talking, that, you know, what's happening here is we're refining the observing mind.
Mhm.
Our ability to be the observer has now become a little bit more simply distinctively organized. You know, mindfulness has been such a beautiful progression in the world in the past couple of decades. It's for, you know, thousands of years, it's been being encouraged, and for hundreds of years, it's been being practiced and taught in some pretty organized fashions. And in recent decades, it's become something that is more of a catchphrase or a word that is a buzz that people are, you know, trying to cultivate greater mindfulness. And oftentimes mindfulness comes to us from deeply spiritual traditions, and there's a slowing way down of our thought process and a slowing way down in life, and to just observe instead of just being this runaway train, you know, crashing through everything that we're experiencing, and to just slow it down and be aware of what you're doing as you're doing it. To cultivate that observer mind is a beautiful step toward operating as wholeness and operating as true loving presence on the planet. And what you're bringing is a way for people to categorize and get to know, compartmentalize it a little bit, so that we can start to not only witness, but we can then choose consciously how to engage from that place of higher, more distinguished or refined observation. And when we do that, we're likely to take actions that have deeper meaning instead of being reactive and defensive. And as we do that, we're likely to come up with projects that are more meaningful and more loving and more comprehensive and serving all of humanity, instead of just that survivor part of us that's trying to come up with ways to, you know, get by, to win at any cost. And, you know, those times are done. We cannot continue to live that way, and humanity is kind of recognizing this in so many ways at this time, because of all the struggles that we've been facing. So I so appreciate you bringing some thought and some organization and making it fun and user-friendly for people to be able to master the mind, and how these aspects of the brain and the characteristics of it and the characters that have developed as the disintegration has proceeded in our lives, that you've taken that and made it something that everyone can, you know, reach in their pockets and see who needs to come out, who needs to be driving the bus.
Yeah, exactly. Who's driving the bus? Which part of them am I giving the microphone to?
Yeah.
And you know, as we think about our emotional system, we share that with other mammals. And what distinguishes us as humans is this added on neocortex, the thinking part of our brain. And I truly believe that the evolution of humanity is working the kinks out between what we're thinking and what we're feeling in each hemisphere, what we're thinking and what we're thinking in each hemisphere with one another, and what our emotions are doing, so that ultimately we are taking this incredible brain and integrating it into a higher understanding of itself, and then add on top of that an internet, and that's a whole nother hour on something else. But I do believe that what we're talking about is the evolution of humanity. And won't it be a lovely day when more and more brains, one brain at a time, evolve to that level of truly knowing itself and knowing what its choices are, and then living a life at that level of possibility.
Yes. Well, this is what we are working toward, and what we are showing up every day to help facilitate inside of our beautiful human friends. And thank you so much, Dr. Jill, for being here with us today and for offering your time outside of your little oasis. Actually, you're still in your little oasis on your floating home there in a beautiful lakefront setting, and sharing your wisdom and your life with us. So
Thank
we are
you.
blessed by you.
It's an honor. So to everyone, I say, love is a beautiful thing, and it all begins inside that beautiful brain. Yeah. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Sue.
Thank you, my dear. And thank you all for joining us today. And we look forward to being able to connect with you again very soon. Much love to you all. Blessings, blessings.